Laura, someone that you are casual acquaintances with is about to die.
Me, personally.
You personally. The year is not the year 71. No, indeed. We move longer ago, the year 63 in our timeline. You are in the city of Dolmakyar with Thjazi Fang at the Guardian Wall. You are in a crowd of people looking up at the gallows as a group of criminals are about to be hanged. This is a public execution, and looking up at this moment, you find yourself, for the first time, perhaps, feeling your body start to get a little bit older. That's just started to happen at this point in time. Looking up, you hear the voice of a member of the Revolutionary Council shouting out at the top of their lungs. You can hear them saying, Tulyana Skirsha, for sedition and treason against the Revolutionary Council, for the accepting of bribes and the breaking of oaths, for conspiracy to kill a standing member of the Revolutionary Council. You and your accomplices are hereby sentenced to death. The crowd mutters, looking up, and you see a sort of frightening, sort of dwarven woman with a shock of red hair and a big red tattoo menacingly glare out at the crowd. Vroom, vroom. Bodies hang in the air. Thjazi rubs his face, looking up. I can't believe it.
I land on his shoulder. I didn't think it was really gonna happen.
I didn't either. I thought, I don't know, Tulyana is a legend. I thought she'd figure something out. God. And you see that tears sort of well up in his eyes but he looks like glassy-eyed, like he's not here. He doesn't stay in his body for moments like this very often.
I'm gonna pull a ball of fuzz off the side of my pouch and stick it up next to his eye to absorb some of the tears. Hey.
You make a hell of a handkerchief.
Well, I'm not gonna do this on your nose.
Why not?
I don't want your nasty snot all over my shit.
All over your lint? Are you saving it?
Yeah, it's special.
All right, let's grab something to eat. Walking away from the Guardian Wall, Thjazi heads over to a small street cart. There's like a little sort of mobile cart that has a basin of coals in it that has meat grilled on the top. And he looks and says, "Are you grabbing something? Are you hungry?"
Yeah, I'm gonna flit over to a nearby garden and pick off some little bits of nectar from the flowers.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you do. Little balls of nectar from inside, like the honeysuckles.
The water tent, you see Thjazi gets a little sort of like kebab, starts to eat at it, goes, Tulyana, three of those guys were part of the choir, and then you had, no torn banner, obviously, but that's 12 falconers gone, former falconers.
How many more are left?
Who knows? Not as many as there were last year. God, how did they get all 12? There's no reason. There's only 3 of them in the tower.
There's got to be someone that ratted them out, right?
I don't know.
Somebody on the inside? Playing both?
Or, you see the young kid on the end? He couldn't have fought in the Falcons Rebellion. He looked like he was 20. What I knew about Tulyana is, I think if that kid was in the inner circle, she was running her mouth off way too much. I don't think she was playing the cards close to the chest at all. I mean, it's different in war, but this is not war. You have to move sideways all the time. I had heard from Kaz that apparently one of the guys that was in her crew, got nabbed. The sorcerers, the Sundered Houses, have mind readers. You don't even have to rat.
What are we gonna do?
You're going to see that, what's her name? She just moved here, with the whole, ever since the day, I don't like talking about the doors closing, but you're meeting with that Glastic, right? Temelo? She's like the card reader over in the...
Yeah.
I shouldn't come.
Why not?
You see, he looks up at the gallows in the distance.
Mind readers, huh?
There's nowhere in this world that I wouldn't want to go with you. But there are a lot of people counting on you. And there are a lot of people counting on me. And we're always together. I don't like keeping secrets, but I think that... And he just looks up at the gallows again. There are a lot of fairies that need a place to hide or stay until they can figure out how to reopen the doors, and I think it's going to be better if I don't know their names and faces.
Like you could remember all their names and faces.
I have a brilliant social memory. I'll have you know.
We split up?
Not for the really dangerous stuff, but I think that, look, I trust you and you trust me, and that means if you tell me something needs to happen, I don't need to know who it needs to happen for. And that means if anything ever happens to me, it keeps everybody you know safe. And there might be some people that are good for me to talk to and not you.
Everybody thinks we know everything about each other, though. If one of us gets caught, you think they're gonna buy that the other one doesn't know? I guess it doesn't really matter, as long as we can't give out the secrets, right?
That's my thinking. Doesn't feel good to keep secrets, but I think we, more than owing it to each other, I think we owe it to the people that rely on us.
Yeah.
You'll talk to fairies. I think you keep a hold of the underground stuff happening here in Dol Makyar, and I'll keep my eyes on, Muckety Muck's Pentev roll.
If something dangerous happens, though, we still got each other's back.
Obviously. I think the point of us trusting each other this much is I don't need to know who you know. I trust you.
Yeah.
And if I ever... It won't be fun keeping secrets from each other, but it'll be a little fun.
A little fun.
All right.
I guess I'll go get some cards read.
Ooh, that'll be fun.
Yeah.
See if there's any... is this a good month to start a business or
if
fall
it
in love?
is, you'll never know. And I fly up in the air.
See, all right. Good luck. I'm glad to keep you safe. It would be a shame for anyone else to encounter how annoying you are.
Hey! And I fly back and get right in your face. I'm glad that wasn't you. I smack him in the forehead and fly away.
It never will be. I'm too fast, too wily. And you flit off into Dol Makyar, and we will return many years hence to this day and age of Ahriman on tonight's episode of Critical Role.
Hello Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Critical Role Announcement Playhouse, the CRAP. Before we get into Armand tonight, we have some quick announcements to get through.
I knew that.
I'm beginning with our sponsor of the evening, Elderbrain, and their ready-to-play adventures. Sam?
Mindscape one-shots are cinematic, ready-to-run adventures delivered to your inbox every month, complete with maps, monsters, NPC art, and player options, so you can run a great session with almost zero prep. Elderbrain also creates premium long-form adventures and tools designed to make running tabletop RPGs faster, easier, and more grand. Subscribers earn XP and level up as a GM, unlocking rewards like free adventures, PDFs, physical books, accessories, and even a chance to feature their NPC portrait in the series. And that's the stuff right there. The one-shots are organized into seasons based on unique campaign settings from Elderbrain's campaign books. Subscribers get a Realm Gazetteer.
That is the word.
Gazetteer and monthly episodes for 12 adventures a year. Basically, it's designed to help Dungeon Masters save hours of prep time, allowing you to focus on story and fun without the stress of writing, balancing, or asset hunting, which is perfect for busy, scatterbrained folks like me. Am I right?
Speaking of scatterbrained, darling, you left your phone charger this morning.
Oh, look, it's my wife, a talented filmmaker and bread baker, Quyen Tran. What did I just say? Bed breaker. Oh, no. We're keeping it. Thank you, my love. Sorry, my brain is so cluttered.
Yeah, I hate to live in that brain.
Oh, yeah. Well, thank you for this.
Wait, am I you?
Are you me? Did we switch bodies? Brains?
Oh my God.
Did you guys just Freaky Friday each other?
Yes. And now I, Quyen Tran, am in Sam's body.
Oh no. Oh girl, I'm so sorry.
Your brain is in Sam's body. That is horrible. That is literally the worst thing I could ever imagine.
How are you not vomiting right now? Like gouging your eyes out, trying to rip your skin off?
Oh, I mean, it's not that bad in Sam's body, is it?
Shut up, Sam. You don't know what your wife is going through right now. She went from being a widely respected entertainment figure to being you.
Yeah, I mean, she kind of instantly downgraded from being a smoking hot wife with 2 incredible children to being you.
I mean, everyone loved your wife, worshipped her here, but like now, I feel like, don't disagree, I feel like we all fucking hate her guts now.
Now, everyone, please, I appreciate you being so supportive, and yes, existing in Sam's pasty, clammy form may be the worst thing I've ever experienced in my life.
Harsh.
But maybe there's an upside. In a way, this is a metaphor for why Elderbrain's ready-to-play adventures are so great. When your mind is distracted like my husband's, and you don't have time for simple grooming, to dress presentably, or do basic things like make people like you, again, like my husband Sam, then these Mindscape one-shots are a perfect solution. The subscription works with D&D 5e, but also as a standalone module converted for Pathfinder 2e and Daggerheart. They also work in Foundry VTT and Roll20. Think of the time you'll save.
Wow, you nailed that, Q.
Thanks.
Just to be clear, Liam, you still like me, right? I mean, even though my Sam Riegel brain is now in this Quyen Tran body.
I'm sorry, Sam. It's not really doing it for me. I think I'm out.
You know, I've always wondered what it would be like to have Sam's equipment, if you know what I mean.
Oh, no.
Maybe that'll make this interesting.
No.
Oh God, it's horrible! It's disgusting! No one would want that! No one would ever want that!
But you're my wife.
Just please grab this so we can go back to normal.
Fine. What a relief.
Oh, I love you.
I love you.
Subscribe at mindscapeoneshots.com for monthly adventures and loyalty rewards, and back Spawns of the Mind Render on Backer Kit, their 600-page dark fantasy adventure. You can also use code CRITROLL for 30% off Daggerheart's standalone one-shots and subscription tiers at elderbrain.com. And don't forget to check out our Elderbrain Everything is Content, airing on Twitch, YouTube, and Beacon TV on Tuesday, May 5th at 7 p.m. Pacific. Is that it? Yes. Thank you to Elderbrain for sponsoring this episode.
Can you bring Korea back?
Yeah, come back for this.
What
What do you gotta say?
Oh,
Matt.
okay, ready?
Matt. Back to you. Let's kiss again.
Thank you, Q.
I meant Bread Baker. Oh, boy.
So, our next sponsor of the evening is eBay Live. If you love the thrill of discovering something truly special, you should check out eBay Live. It's a real-time shopping experience where you can discover and bid on exclusive items. Everything from rare vintage trading cards to vintage fashion, all alongside knowledgeable sellers and a passionate community of collectors. And what makes eBay Live so fun is that it's interactive. You can connect directly with sellers, chat with fans around the world, and experience the excitement of live auctions as they happen. And with eBay's built-in protections, you can shop with confidence while enjoying the energy of the moment. So, if you're ready to dive in, explore unique items, and maybe even win something amazing, check out ebay.com/eBay Live to join the action. Thanks to eBay Live for sponsoring this episode.
Good.
That's amazing.
Thank you.
You're so good at this.
A lot of cats. Travis, I believe you have an
Oh, I'm Laura. Okay, you guys. Our champion dice sets just got 4 new characters. We got Caduceus, Jester, Caleb, and Vaxer. You can see some as well. The dice were designed by Leia Rondo, with illustration by Lisa Frick and packaging design by Elena Harris. Each set contains 7 sharp-edged dice, a velveteen drawstring bag, and box art featuring the leveled-up versions of these characters. You gotta get them, so be sure to go grab yours in all of the Critical Role shops today.
Are sharp.
Are they?
Yeah,
Really
they
like
are.
sharp?
Look
Oh,
at
dang.
this.
They are sharp
They're
edges.
so pretty. Look at those. They're
They're
so
gorgeous, functional, and used in self-defense.
Oh, it's multicolored. That's it.
Thank you, Travis, Laura.
Travis Bailey.
Also, friends, the Daggerheart class packs are available
they are.
now. With a single pack, you have everything a player needs to build and level up your character in Daggerheart. It has ancestry cards, community cards, subclass cards, and all the cards from the 2 domains of each unique class. All 9 classes from the Daggerheart core set have a class pack, and each comes with a link to a PDF excerpt from the core rulebook, so you have all the text in the sheets that you need to play. So huge thanks to all the wonderful backers of our Kickstarter who helped us make these things happen. So you can now find class packs at the Critical Role online shops and the Darrington Press Guild stores. Appreciate y'all.
So cool.
These are awesome. Liam, you got an announcement if you don't mind?
Oh yeah, Munchkin Vox Machina is available now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it utilizes the classic Munchkin game mechanics, challenging players to recruit allies and equip magical items. Prepare to battle fearsome villains such as Thordak and avoid devastating curses like the impenetrable door, impenetrable. You can find Munchkin Vox Machina now at local game stores and on warehouse23.com. Use your maps.
Impenetrable.
Maps.
There you go. I believe that concludes this wonderful one-take organized set of announcements. So let's go ahead and jump back into Ahriman.
Thanks, Sam's wife.
Ah!
Welcome back to the Schemer's Table here in Dol Makyar for another thrilling episode of Critical Role. We left off at a moment of peak here at the Seven Stars, where Varen Cadorn, an old veteran and ally of Lieutenant Azune Nayar, had just let loose the fact that asked to round up some names of some people that might be interested in quitting their current jobs or otherwise gathering together due to this ascent of the Sundered Houses. Varen said that he had spoken to a handful of people and had gotten together a list of 350 names. A staggering number, but then again, can you really be that surprised with what now unfolds in the city? That there would be that many people? No.
I mean, it's always there.
Yeah.
All the people get dismissed from the
Louis having a
Guard.
one-sided conversation over here.
I am.
This, after several days in a row, following the schemers' sort of rescue of Demidus Blix from the clutches of the Crow Keepers, still being hunted down by the Taconis, Demidus is now staying safe at Bolaire's apartment in the Ogremok Marketplace. We also saw our schemers kick into high gear, casting Identify on the sort of Taconis candle and realizing whatever foul plots the Taconis have at work. Murray seeing visions of far-off stone statues, sarcophagi, and a voice calling to fly the white banners. What this could mean, you cannot say. But while you were doing that, Bolaire and Hal were busy getting their hands on the pariah blades.
Went fine.
Went very well.
It went extremely well. It went so well, in fact, that when you were discovered by the lady Aabria Daysson Cormoré, you she wielded a pariah blade at your hand that she had marked with her own blood, pointed the blade at you, and pulling off the suggestion of the century. Talk about a suggestion. Got her down into the private vault where she, investigating the coffin of Olbalad, opened it up. I don't know how many times Bolaire has mentioned the need for safety when working with these artifacts.
Yep. Yes.
That people lose hands. It's why it's
End of time bandits. Don't touch that. It's evil. Oh, shit.
So anyway, how's this thing work?
And Bolaire's sister, the masked Termina, who was the mask worn by Rowan, the trickster goddess, cracked and in shards leapt onto the face of a lady of the Sundered House as she turned to say hello to her long-lost brother in a cracked, distorted, and wavering voice you did not recognize, and was sucked back into the mists of the coffin, which slammed shut, leaving all of you stunned but wealthy in swords designed to kill the gods, which you took first to the rookery, and then deciding that the paint given to you might be a way to disguise that had sort of nice little illusory cover that would make these powerful weapons read as sort of trivial magic. Those blades were discovered by your daughter's barking troupe, and you sold a bunch of tickets that day. So, highs and lows.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Bless you again.
You took a night off. You guys have been making your rounds. Hero Diven has joined the internship program over the Arcanaud. The crooked lieutenant of Il Kafsare was with some careful, really strategic narking from Azune, was dismissed from his job. But
That's all damn.
By the way, point of order. Hero's name is Hero Divine.
Divine.
Because it sounds like Hero Divine.
Oh, I love that. Hero Divine.
Melody Divine.
Beautiful, thank you. We find ourselves back at the Seven Stars, upstairs, here with Varen Cadorn. For our timeline's purposes, you are You are 3 days out from the gala, which will be held at the Arcanod, at the old Lyceum, celebrating the coming of the Hallowed Round and its players' sort of opening of Kotheri. So time moves ever onwards.
3 days until the gala and the plays open?
3 days until the gala, 2 days after that is the play.
Got it.
5 days till the play.
Yeah.
Crazy idea.
You, looking out and around you, you see that the Varen Cadorna stays with you in the aviary. You guys did not meet last night. After the wildness of the night in the Arcanod, you guys decided to lay low for a day.
Completely.
And you've heard some bits and rumors going around. Obviously, people, Lord Daysond came to the Arcanod asking after his lady wife. You've heard things, the rumors of Demodus, his vanishing. People are disappearing. And there's beginning to be a feeling of dismay and a little bit of panic in the city, which has been at a heightened state ever since Thjazi's execution. So that panic, rather than subsiding, is instead sort of increasing. There's a feeling in the air of that dread increasing. But we return to all of you now, seated at your table with Varen Cadorn, who now speaks to you. He goes, I don't have all their names, but the ones that I do have, I thought it best for the people that were bringing me these names to keep their own lists and for me not to have all the names in one place. But I conversed with everybody and went over who they had spoken to, and
so your contacts have given you tallies.
Yes.
And run through names with you.
That we ran over names just because I wanted to make sure that nothing rang a bell, but I don't have them on me. I don't want to keep them in a place in case.
Yeah, this has to be secret.
I had one or two of them ask about money, and most of them made a point of mentioning they had savings, they were willing to wait, and they are furious. We have to move quickly because they can't,
That can only last so long.
They can only last so long.
Yes.
Men need to eat, but they are, Azune, you are right in your assessment of the tenor of the city. It's very likely that the majority of the men that were dismissed have moved on, saw it as a job, signed up with the Sons of the Dawn, but there is a considerable amount of people who this has woken up.
Good. Good. Now, a different kind of work begins. This has to be completely in secret. We're not waving a banner. We're not creating a mercenary company that's going to be walking amongst the people, drawing attention to itself. We need to be a network that's smart and secretive and is dispersed with ways to communicate with each other that happen hiding in plain sight. I don't know if we name this kind of a thing. It's a clandestine organization. I don't know what to do. How do we become the leaders of this thing?
This works in very well to something I was already working on. We need a symbol, something we can draw, something we can say. And honestly, the less obvious who's leading it, probably the better.
I agree. I think the most successful operations akin to this don't actually have a leader. The ideology should be the leader.
See, that's the tricky thing. I think that's one of the reasons the Falconers' Rebellion failed. Not exactly because of that, but there were many fires that were lit throughout, and it never came together. It's easy to put out fires that are smaller and dispersed, but maybe...
Well, this is precisely the notion of this is we have an immediate goal. And as long as everyone has the same immediate goal...
This is resistance.
What specifically are we doing next? We don't need a plan, just a solution.
Well, that's the thing. There isn't anything to act on yet.
No, not
right?
yet. But there's position.
So everyone needs to be ready. We need a way. I agree. We don't want all these names on one piece of parchment, ready to be damned at the Sundered House's hands. But we do need a way to get the word out.
Yes.
When the need finally arises.
Right.
What if the leader is a figmentation? What if the leader is an embodiment of the ideology, but not a real person?
A leader is a story.
A leader is a story.
An ideal.
It removes, but we can give them a name. But it removes any implications from an actual, real person.
Yes.
They'd be searching for
Any
someone who
of
doesn't
us.
exist when they finally hear the name.
Correct.
I like it.
Above table, because I don't want to muddy up the waters. But you know how like Betty Crocker was not a real person?
Betty Crocker wasn't a real
Betty Crocker's not a real person.
What the fuck is wrong with you now?
I can't lose any more heroes.
Or Uncle Sam is another great.
You're ruining so many
ideology.
Reddits for me right now. I can't even fucking say.
I don't know if you know this one, Uncle Sam. Not a real guy.
I have one less uncle.
But yeah, what if like, you know,
Yeah, no, it's absolutely a notion.
anyway, back.
No, this is quite good.
You see that.
And I know how to get the word out.
Varen turns to you and says, I let everyone know that they maybe wouldn't hear back for, a day or two, but I can't ask them to wait much longer than that.
No. We need to make some decisions right now so that when you return to them, they're set enough.
350.
You see, he says, I'll be at Falcon's Rest tomorrow morning. All right.
Okay.
You see, he looks, having not introduced himself to any of the others, and you see that he kind of doesn't want to. You see he looks at the other three, like at Murray and Hal and Bolaire, and doesn't recognize you. This is a guy who's worked in private security for a Royce vassal house for the last few years, and only really knew Azune. Yeah. So you see, maybe he lingers on Hal for a second because of your brother, but other than that, he steps back and says, I'll meet you at the Falcon's Rest tomorrow.
I will stop him, and I'm going to walk him towards the exit.
Yeah.
Just one last moment.
Yeah.
I'll start walking him and taking him in, noticing this sort of unsettled moment, and I'll say to him, Varen, you've done great. And remember why we're doing this. Remember that this is the way we honor their memories and their sacrifices, by taking action, and you've done so good.
He just grasps you, brings you in, and hugs you very deeply and sort of slams a fist onto your back, and he looks back at you and goes, the embers, they stay dark under the ash, but it takes a long time for those embers to die. I think we've all been waiting here in the soot and the muck, but you are right. I don't know the academics upstairs. I know that you speak with people that walk in other realms in high society. The ideals of the Falconers' Rebellion were as pure as driven snow. I believed in them then, and I believe in them now. And the purity of those ideals did not win that war.
That's why we're doing it different this time. We're creating a different coalition, a stronger coalition, and we're going to fight this in a very different way. They have their secrets, now we have ours. There's one thing I want you to do. Those that you've gathered, some of them need to be standing by, but we need to have plants in some of the sundered houses. I'll leave it to you to create smaller groups that we'll still be able to communicate with, but we need inside people, at least a few.
Everyone should be able to contact.
Oh, sorry, I think this is happening downstairs at the exit.
Oh, we're not there. Okay,
yeah,
never mind.
Yes. Any further instructions I'll give to you tomorrow morning.
He nods, peels out into the dark, and vanishes. You return upstairs and join your companions.
This could work. This could work very well.
Murray walks over to the large aviary that rests here on the balcony of the Seven Stars. Opens it, takes a piece of biscuit, and throws it on the table in front of us, allowing one of the magpies to come over and land on the table in front of us. You know, falcons, some of the fiercest birds, hunters. But they're very solitary creatures. Individual in their goals and efforts. Magpies are cunning, and they learn from one another. They pass down knowledge from generation to generation. Very loyal to themselves. But also little assholes, too.
We are of one mind. I'd like to make a pitch.
Yes.
And Hal makes eye contact with this little bird sitting on the table amongst the four of us.
Toss another biscuit crumb.
He watches it eat up the cron. And it warbles a little bit. And then Hal purses his lips, and you hear a warbling sound come out of his mouth, identical to the bird. And he spends 20 or 30 seconds talking back and forth with the bird, and finally says, "Come here." And flies over to his shoulder. Sometimes magpies are known as a mischief. Sometimes known as a tiding. And the bird flutters over and lands on Murray's shoulder, pecks at her neck a little bit, and then as it opens its mouth,
Not the jewels.
you hear Hal's voice come out of the bird saying, "Sometimes magpies are known as a mischief, but other times they're known as a tiding." And Hal, at the jump, will level up as I use cast Animal Messenger.
Animal messenger, what?
Hell yes.
Go.
As you cast Animal Messenger, this aviary filled with magpies, amongst other birds. Tiding, all in Hal's voice surrounds you in this moment as the wind picks up. The ability, there's 350 names held in secret by former rebels. And there are many more than that. Birds throughout the city ready to take wing and spread a message very quickly. Feathers flutter as you level up in this moment.
I will. Sorry, were you going to?
No, you're good.
I'll also level up. I see your level up, and I call. I think this is fantastic for a little clandestine messages. But if I had to assume, the time is going to come when a beacon needs to be lit. Mass communication is going to be our advantage. We're going to need a symbol. Something recognizable that as soon as it goes up in the sky,
They'll know to act.
they'll know to act. I'm going to level up, and I'm going to take a spell that I haven't had since Keyleth, which is Skywrite.
Hey!
Ooh, I like this.
And you see Murray in a very small area throws and a condensation starts to build here in the aviary. And as the mist begins to rise, it starts to collect and create clouds in this very condensed area Emery takes another minute to draw the outline of a magpie within the clouds. And almost like you're like enhancing or enlarging a picture, she kind of takes her hands and begins to expand that. Don't want to call attention here, but then she shrinks it again, just to show and indicate that this can be quite a large symbol if we want it to be.
I think this is going to work.
How does this feel to you, Hal? It's a 1-2 punch.
We can do this. We can do this.
And what exactly are we doing?
I have a list for that, too. Well, the last thing I spoke to Varen about, because this is clandestine, I think we need to position them very carefully. I suggested to him to disperse a few of the members that he already has and allocate them in different sundered houses. They need to understand the symbols that we're going to be using, and maybe there's some sort of exchange of words that we can use. I like that. These magpies are known for mischief. Good mischief.
There's a lot of stories of magpies. There's even poetry, omens. There's actually a poem about the meanings of different numbers of magpies and how they show up. Oh, well, 1 for sorrow, 2 for joy, 3 for girl, 4 for boy. I remember 1 for sour. There's a whole series. They go up to 13. I don't know what happens beyond that.
Wow.
Yeah, 11 for health, 12 for wealth, 13, beware of the devil himself, etc., etc. I think...
Clear about our objective.
I think everyone gets 10 names. Each soldier knows 10 names of 10 other soldiers. They disperse so that no one knows enough of them to get them in trouble. And that's enough of a network that as long as you start with telling 10 people to spread word, that word will spread very quickly with minimal risk.
It's not a bad idea.
We know that Conus and Halovar more are moving to rob this world of peace. I think some of the sundered houses need to be sundered further.
That is my hope.
There is a ginger knock at the door.
Clear everything.
Lockmere pokes his head in. Sorry to disturb, but there's I've had 2 people slide a note across the bar to me that they are downstairs wondering if you are here. I have one from Oris Blade, and I have another from Romina Roundtree. The one, Romina mentioned that it was quite urgent. Both of them are, I would say, perturbed.
What did
Left
we do?
notes and
are still downstairs.
Do they want to see all of us or just particular people?
They just said to bring it to the group upstairs.
Group upstairs, is that who we are now?
Yeah.
What did we do to piss these people off?
I think they've come to report some updates.
It was Rowena and...
Romina and Oris.
Romina and Oris.
So I suppose let Oris order a drink and Romina comes up first.
Yeah, let's talk to Romina first, because
Okay.
we've got business with
do.
Oris.
Making our job easier, having him come to us.
100%.
Such plans.
Send for her.
For Romina, she and Oris are in enormous dark cloaks. You see, just want to come take a look if you'd be so kind. you peek down the staircase. Both of them are seated at the bright, happy. The Seven Stars is like a lovely, lively, happy bar, and you can see that Oris has this enormous dark cloak over his head and is like tucked over it. And you can see that Romina is like pacing in a corner, also with this enormous dark cloak, and they both just are standing out really like sore thumbs as Romina is sort of pacing, looking around, like in trying to remain obscured. They just look like it looks like two like Party City Grim Reapers are in like a corner of the bar.
Should we just invite them both up? Clearly, they must have clocked each other.
I mean, if they were matching cloaks.
Honestly, it's probably a better idea if we get both of them upstairs, yes?
Yes.
All right, bring them both up.
He says, all right, I'll go ahead. You see that both of them get to the bottom of the staircase, look at the other, don't recognize each other, and they both look up at the top of the open door. You see Aura says, should I come after the...
No, clearly you're both coming to the same party. You're dressed for it. Come right.
They both come up, and you see that Oris walks up and says, this wasn't coordinated. I just assumed that, given the last time we spoke, that some degree of secrecy and being clandestine. Not that you see, he looks at Romina and says, "Not that anything clandestine's happened. I'm Oris. No, I'm what?
All right, Morval Redenbacher, just take that off and try and act natural.
Have a seat. Have a seat. You're making us nervous. More nervous."
They have a seat. You see, Romina looks and just says, "If it's all right, I'll speak after the gentleman has spoken, and maybe after." You see that. I think. Give me an insight check. Yeah, go ahead.
22.
16. Yeah.
On a 22, Oris looks to be here. Oris just seems to look a little bit antsy. Like you talked to him a couple days ago and he hasn't heard from you, and the last time you spoke he was like, "I'm in your corner." Romina is
somewhere else.
She's like dissociating.
Do I get that at a 21 insight?
Yeah.
Do I gather that?
Yeah.
I just looked to Hal. I'm going to take him to get a drink. Talk to her.
Okay. And I pour a glass of wine and set it near her.
Gotcha. Oris says, okay, I'll just speak with you.
Drink.
You go down with Oris.
I don't know if you'll need that cloak. It's actually calling a lot more attention to you.
Oh, no, really?
A little bit.
Okay.
Can I join you?
Yeah.
You stay with
I think I need
Hal.
to hear this.
I'll go with Azune.
Murray and Azune head downstairs with Oris. As you guys get down to the bar, Oris turns to look at both of you and says, I wanted to come with you as soon as I had heard. We've been working with our own detective in the Revolutionary Guard, not an arcane marshal, but just someone helping us with the wagon that was stolen. Mm-hmm. We believe that we've tracked down and that the Crow Keepers were responsible. And just this morning, we received word that the Crow Keepers, as a thieves guild, have announced themselves to the City Watch as disbanding.
Oh.
I think there was a death of a notable guild leader, and they've scattered to the winds. But there was our detective came back to us and essentially said that they had discovered where they believe the stolen spell glyphs were being stored, and they said that it looked like a collaboration between over a dozen factions in the city. There was writing all over the wall in the place that they found them. It's a very confusing time, but I wanted to come to you because, we spoke a couple days ago now.
Yes, thank you. It definitely feels like there's powerful people pulling strings here, and it's time for us to come together.
Okay.
You left quite an impression on me last time. I saw how it affected you, Thjazi's execution.
Yes.
We can't stand by and allow those powerful people pull these strings. I'm worried for you and the other merchants. Mm-hmm. You have some protections that you've put in place for yourself, a detective? How's your security beyond that, knowing that your wagon got tipped so easily?
with the loss of our ability to sell the glyphs, we're in dire financial trouble. We don't have the ability to hire added security right now. We just lost one of our major streams of income, and with all of to get to the point where we could make those spell glyphs took an extraordinary investment of resources that has not had the chance to pay off. So we are. It's part of the reason that you got a 21 insight, right?
Mm-hmm.
You realize Oris is ideologically committed.
Yes.
Sincerely mournful and angry at Thjazi's death. But you don't go to a weird bar filled with rebels unless you're
begging for something.
Unless your ass is in the fucking fryer, right? Like his like family merchant company is on the ropes.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, Oris, if you would be down for a little field trip after this, I think we would love to take you up on maybe a tour of your facilities.
Done.
All right.
I can go tonight.
Yeah, I think that'd be good. We've discovered a few things as well, many that corroborate what you're saying. But I think it would be good for us if we could just have a little educational enlightenment on your operations.
Wonderful. We have a number of places, but would you like to head to the kiln, to the main studio?
Where the production of the glyphs occurs, and that's still intact, yes. You still have the mechanisms to produce them.
Yes, we have everyone. We paid for it dearly. Yeah, absolutely.
There might be a fruitful collaboration in the future.
I agree.
Mm-hmm.
And look, I know that ideologies are all fine and dandy, but beliefs in altruism don't necessarily put food on the table. However, as Azune mentioned, I think there's a beneficial collaboration if you're willing to just hold out for a little longer. Yeah. And we might be able to do something to help with a little bit of supplementary support.
Yes, at least maybe provide some security.
Correct.
Okay, yeah. I'll stand by, and when you're ready to go, we can go take a tour. We were preparing on a massive expansion, and now everything that was an opportunity has become an anchor around our neck. We have multiple warehouses in the city. We have that are just empty. We have business that was supposed to be moving and now is not. The major. We have the main kiln down in the fray. I'll give you the place you want to see is the kiln. That's the production area. That's where we take that's where we actually shape the raw clay and fire it and prepare it.
Okay.
In Brennan, above table, just to refresh my memory, they're no longer able to sell their spell glyphs because that's been shut down by the Sundered Houses. Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And there are multiple empty warehouses.
That's what he just said. Yeah.
Empty.
I order a couple of beer, or a handful of beers for all three of us.
Yeah.
And then as once they've landed in front of us, I'm just going to slip one of the runes that I have and I put the beer on top of it, like a coaster, and then pass it over to Oris.
Hell yeah.
Enjoy your beer. If you'll excuse us, I think we need to chat with our partners upstairs, and then we'll be right down.
I'll wait. I'll wait right here.
One last question. Your warehouses have been cleaned out?
Everything that we can ship, we have. We're just starting to make inroads in other places, in other markets. But when we lost the business here in Dolnaka, when we lost the business in the marketplace, all of a sudden we don't have the ability. It is an enormous blow. And so we've had to retract everything. We're trying to unwind some of the leases that were signed for these buildings. It's very bad.
My concern is that some of these powerful people that are making these decisions. My concern was that they cleaned out a whole cache of empty glyphs, but that is not what happened.
No, I don't believe so.
Excellent. This could be very advantageous.
You guys head back upstairs. Yeah. Coming back upstairs, Romina sits down looking at you, Hal, and goes, I didn't want to come here very often because I know how dangerous this is, but I knew I had to come for this. My lord Herondis has heard from his uncle, Lord Otto Einfassen, that they have received word from Primus Tuconis, that Lord Primus will be in Dolmakyar this coming Trader's Day.
So the snake is surfacing again.
What do we know? Trader's Day? Is that?
Trader's Day is 5 days from now.
Opening
Day
night.
of the show.
God, no way!
We have Trader's Day, we have the gala, and then we have the show. This is great.
Gala, 2 days to Trader's Day. Yeah. The show.
Wait.
The show is on Trader's Day.
The show is
on
Gala
Trader's Day.
is 2 days before the show.
Yes.
That's
So
in
this
3
coming
days.
Smith's Day is when the gala will be.
The first performance of the Kothera, the opening, is in 5 days, which
On
is Trader's
Day.
Day, which is the day that Tuconis. So there's a big party, and 2 days later, the show and Tuconis returning.
It's almost like it was the plan the whole time.
It's strange how these things work out. I haven't even told you the theme of the
Are you
gala
safe?
Oh, no.
Yet.
You see, she
very
says,
special.
I think so. A pigeon came from Riesengirdle giving the news to Lord Herondis. I didn't want to put myself at risk, but I overheard. And I only speak, I should speak it better, but I don't speak too much Helvarian. But they were speaking of the Tuconis, and I've overheard enough gossip amongst jilted Helvarian maids and lovers in the palace that I do know the word for betrayal, and it was used several times. It was the tenor of Lord Herondis moved from one of confusion and suspicion to one of I don't know what, but whatever was written to him in that letter from his uncle confirmed some truly sinister workings. And I don't know what exactly was said, but I do know that they immediately sent word to the Via Aurora and the Halavar. I believe there may be I believe that when Primus comes, it will be more than the Einfassen that have questions.
So we're talking about some level of bad blood between.
It seems as though the tenor of his voice was more stern than I have ever heard before. It has been so since I think 2 days ago, or she says since 3 days ago, and this would sort of Azune. This would like corroborate with when Azune made the report to Herondis at the Palazzo Davinos, being like, "This is what we saw." You see, she said. You see, Romina says, "It's all well above my head, but it no longer sounds like explanation is on its way. It feels as though confrontation is on its way."
Romina, I want you to be careful. The city is on a knife's edge right now, so I don't want you sticking your neck out. And if things start to turn in that household, go to your sister. Go to Inez.
Okay.
Will you promise me that?
I will. Yes. What should I look for? Is there anything that I should if I hear shouting or I don't know
Certainly, if Tuconis shows up at that household, find an excuse to run an errand.
All right. I'll keep an eye out. If I hear anything, if I hear that the Draconis are coming, I'll let you know. It's a full keep right now. I don't think the. Yeah. All right.
You can also send word through Inez rather than risking yourself here.
Okay. In the future, I'll do that.
All right.
Question: have we made it back? Are we?
Yeah. You guys enter the chamber at this point.
Knowing that this is not my asset, I'll approach you, Hal, and I'll just kind of whisper towards you. I think she's perfectly positioned to overhear what other alliances are feeling like. How they're talking about Halovar is important to know.
Yes, absolutely. But be smart.
Oh well. I'll do my best. Okay. That's everything I just needed you to know as soon as I did. Is there anything you think I should be looking out for? Is there any information that would be most helpful to you that you think might come across my path?
I'm gonna sneeze.
Don't do it. It's gross.
It's gone? It's gone, yo?
Sorry. It costs you a few brain cells when you hold it in, doesn't it? No? Okay.
What? What Reddit thread did you see that on? All right.
Well, Tiding, any requests?
I mean, I think we've already nailed it. Just
Don't go looking for things.
And be careful.
Just
careful.
If people arrive, it's good to know they've arrived. If people are going places, it's good to know they're going places. Don't ask. Don't go looking for things. Just observe when convenient.
Okay.
And if the tension in the house rises, if you feel like there is anything, even if you don't know what it is, anything imminent, reach out.
All right. I'll do exactly that. So she puts the cowl of the hood up.
I'm gonna just toss her a gold piece, just cause. Come on.
Thank you. Thank you.
For your troubles.
You see, she puts it away. And she walks out. You see that she takes a couple steps out. Turns around and goes, I need to go back to work. And takes the gold piece and hands it to Hal and says, can you give this to Inez to hold on to for me?
Of course.
Just, yeah.
What? Insight check. Insight check.
You see
Why
that
is she weird all of a sudden? Did a spell fall?
Give me an insight check.
Yeah.
Was she under a spell just now? What just happened? Are people looking through her eyeballs? I fucking should have done a see invisibility or some shit. God damn it.
It's okay.
What did I say I was doing? An insight check. 15.
15. You look at her. She looks on the verge of tears right now. She just looks over at you and goes, and sees your suspicion and goes, I'm sorry.
I walk to the windows.
I'm going to level up.
Whoa!
Okay.
I'm going to cast telepathy. And I am going to look and see what kind of thoughts are running through this woman's head right now.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Detect thoughts.
Die.
You cast Detect Thoughts?
I do. I cast Detect Thoughts.
You cast.
And it would also tell me the presence of any sentient creatures within 30 feet.
Hell yeah.
As long as they're, yeah.
You cast Detect Thoughts. All of you, speaking in Hal's metaphor, are on the edge of a knife. Hal gets up and moves to the side. Marie, you're suddenly worried about your view. The safety of the view of the aviary suddenly leaves you feeling exposed. You reach into her thoughts. Paranoia. It's a powerful thing. There is something in her mind, which is a projection of the future. And is a fear she has. Maybe there's someone right behind you with knives out right now.
Going deeper. She can roll a wisdom saving throw.
You go deeper. The shadows part, and you see the truth. Romina doesn't get paid in gold. And if she gets found with a gold piece on her body, they'll kill her.
Of course.
I'm sorry. I really appreciate it. I don't.
It's quite all right. We understand we don't want to get you in trouble, and you need to be safe.
Stupid.
Just know.
Generous is okay.
If you need anything, we owe you something shiny for your troubles. Stay safe. And breathe, Lord.
I'm just really happy that all of you are really important people, and if I can help make a difference, that really matters to me.
Hey. You're important too, all right? You matter too. Okay? There's no caste system injustice, all right?
We're gonna need everybody.
You've been vital already.
She looks and has this large cloak around her and just goes, I'm trying to be smart. I'm sorry if I scared anyone.
Gold coin, very clever. Not taking it?
Yes.
Go home.
Smarter than us.
Go home. Think of your alibi of where you were just now. You understand?
Yeah.
And listen. Make friends with the magpies around the city, all right?
Okay. She smiles, and you see that she puts the cloak up, heads out, and you guys are left.
Murray pops out her compact, does a little under her eyes, and I cast See Invisibility. And I'm going to do a quick scan immediately.
Also, if there was anybody moving in 30 feet, I would have gotten it.
You do not detect anyone, but you know that Oris is waiting for you downstairs.
One more order of operation. This is something that I meant to do last game that got a little chaotic there at the end. My new charm necklace, my amulet of vigilance.
Yes.
I would have loaded a illusory spell into it at this point. I wanted to ask you a question.
Yeah.
For the illusories. Okay, and also, when help refresh me, Dungeon Master.
Yes.
When people scry in, they can. It's visual and audio, correct? Can they
Depending on the spell that they're doing, right? Like, they might be doing a short range thing. They might be just doing detect magic, right? It could be a this is sort of like a broad, much like non-detection. It's like a broad protection against divination. The only difference between non-detection and this is that instead of blocking it, it alerts you to it. And you can put in something to attempt to fool certain types of divination based on the illusion.
Misdirection.
Can I? This is a little silly. But for
on my critical roll,
my illusory spell that I want to load in there. Magic Mouth is an illusory spell.
Yes.
Could it be Magic Mouth, but like if it triggers, it's like, I'm never gonna give you up.
Shut up. No way.
The dwarven version of
the dwarven version of it. It's like
you've been rickrolled. Incredible.
Wow.
Okay.
Does that work, or is that
let's just see what Magic Mouth does here.
Definitely kind of can meet the condition.
That's
interesting.
I'm gonna say give me an Arcana check if you'd be so kind.
If this doesn't work, then I have like
no, it's great.
I have like minor illusion and stuff that I can put in there. Let's do my Padman die.
Great.
Okay, Arcana you said?
Yes.
So that's gonna be 23.
Putting a Magic Mouth in there that's singing a loud song, I think using your Amulet of Vigilance, not only will you be alerted if anyone scries on you, if their scrying has any auditory component to it, this loud body dwarven song will overpower the audio portion of the scrying. They might still be able to see you or read your lips, but you literally put like a radio jammer frequency so that if there's anything that allows them to hear you, it's just this loud music playing over it that they can't do anything about.
Okay, great.
Hell yes. Perfect.
I like the bag. I'll tap into my dwarven side. It's a loud bagpipe jam. Just super awesome.
Bagpipe jam.
Yeah,
great.
Before we move forward from here, I'd say Hal went to the window. So now that Romina's leaving, I want to watch her leave the premise and see if I see anyone on the street eyeballing her or eyeballing the place.
Give me a perception check.
Help me, Orem. That's pretty good. It's a 21.
On 21, you do not see anyone following her here. You see that she walks down the street a little bit and heads towards a laundry. There's like a sort of an open laundry in this near the Seven Stars. She goes to that, and you can see is like collecting her washing stuff for the stall keep. So so basically like you see that she has an alibi set up for herself of like what she was out doing.
Okay, so after staring from the balcony for a moment, Hal turns to the rest of you and says, "Too paranoid or not paranoid enough?"
I looked into her mind. She was just smart enough to know that she shouldn't be carrying gold. I'm remembering a bunch of old tricks.
Let's put them to
Anyway, we can fast track that.
I'm doing my best.
Before we move, Azune and I went and we talked to Oris. He's waiting for us downstairs. He's going to give us a little tour of the
production.
The hand and wheel. He's going to give us a little tour of his production, the hand and wheel. Obviously, we got to figure out what's going on with these amphoras that the paints came in. But something that I'm trying to connect the dots on, and maybe we can do a little bit of this together. Thjazi said get paints from Bolaire. Who gave you the paints? Where did you get them from?
I believe Thimble, if I recall. It's usually Thimble. She was the one who would bring things to me.
You
just
recall,
showed up, though.
you recall you had worked with Thjazi and Thimble for long enough that it got to the point where sometimes stuff was just left for you there.
If I recall,
and the paints were just left for you there.
At
the museum.
Thjazi.
At the art.
At the museum.
Yeah, it normally would be Thimble or a associate, but it didn't occur to me to. It was just there. He would just drop things off all the time. I was not really part of that conversation.
Do you know how many other people were aware of this relationship where sometimes things just show up in your museum?
No, I was not. I was not privy to this information. I was not trusted.
I'm.
But I would occasionally run these errands, and there's probably at least half a dozen, maybe less, criminals who would have been aware, at least, that I was a way of getting something to Thjazi. God only knows where they are right now.
I'll just say what I'm thinking. I'm terrified that pipeline was compromised. That something was slipped in that order of operations. Because we know that there's something going on with these paints. We know that there's a magical purpose, far beyond basic illusory. So much so that it's had to be masked.
It's very him.
Someone wants those paints smothered across the walls.
Of that great big theater.
And now we've learned that Taconis is coming back just in time for opening night. I am terrified that we were an accidental accessory in whatever this grand plot was.
I think you may be going down the spiral.
Paranoid or not paranoid enough?
Hey.
Paranoid. Not paranoid enough is its own trap.
But we have. I'll produce that candle again. If things work in a certain way, then we know that whatever that is, it can be interrupted before it's completed, and we know that you have a way of tapping into seeing what a potential future could be if it is completed.
And as I'm sure you're learning in this process, trusting on anything that's as precarious as the movements of your enemies is very foolhardy. The number of variables of things that would have gone wrong with that paint, just handing it to us, that's a lot of faith in what we would do with it. Or anything at all.
How do you know? Okay, but wait. Hal had just spent several months petitioning himself to the Sundered Houses, prostrating himself in front of them to be able to be granted ownership again of the Hallowed Round. Everyone in the city knows what he was wanting to do. And you have no clear paper trail of where those paints came from.
None, but I've never had a clear paper trail of anything. There is a world, though.
Why are you being so dismissive of this?
Well, if Thjazi was about to die, there's a world where I would have thrown it away before anybody knew. Not that I did.
We already saw what was compromised in just the sheer plot alone of trying to save Thjazi. We don't know. We still are very unclear of what happened in the bastardization of these runes. I mean, we're about to go to Hand and Wheel. Maybe we'll find something out.
We might.
But I don't know why you think it's not, like, it's such a wild theory that these paints were planted.
I don't think it's
as
wild.
a way to help an ends to a means of whatever Taconis has planned.
I don't think it's wild.
I saw it, Bolaire. I saw it. I sat there in that theater. There is a great magical linchpin. There is a moment in time that we are very quickly approaching.
And it's either going to be for us or against us.
So let's make time to see if we can look into the future and maybe get some more information.
Just remember there are two ways to approach anything like this. You can decide that there are no friends anywhere, or that there are enemies everywhere, or that there are friends everywhere and enemies everywhere. Decide what you think the world is going to do.
Let's wait to decide that when we get a little bit more information.
But yes, we have time.
We have very little time, and we will do this. We'll do this.
And I'm not dismissing, I'm just reminding you that it's easy to... Distrust can spread, is all I'm saying. You have to be careful to keep it contained.
It can.
You also all knew my fucking brother. You could have had a plan wrapped inside of another plan inside of a plan.
Of course he did.
Deeply manipulative.
Can I jump above the table for a second and flash back to, it was when he spoke to me, day one, it was to help Murray.
Yeah.
He had paints from Bolaire.
Yeah.
The wording on that was?
Bolaire, I think something along the lines of like Bolaire has paint.
Paint.
Bolaire has paint.
So Thjazi wanted that paint to get into my purview, and then it was to tell Thimble that it was going to be all right.
I was just hoping that's the paint you wanted, yeah. I see that.
It's anyone's guess. It's anyone's guess. And then when I was petitioning and I also just want to get some of our details cleared out above table, petitioning the city for the theater, that was probably to a mix of the Revolutionary Council and nobles, right?
Yes.
To get the right, to grease the wheels, to get the paper going. I was also petitioning the Sundered Houses specifically to drop the case against my brother.
When the block came loose that made it all happen was Wikander Halovar's enthusiasm for the Hallowed Round project. The Revolutionary Council didn't say no, but the Revolutionary Council basically was like, well, we should have hearings about this, and we should determine if this would be. We need to get a task force together to review magically and see if it's safe to do that. We need to, it was basically the Revolutionary Council. The reason the Chamber of Lords Advisory has taken over more and more, it goes hand in hand. The things that the Sundered Houses are doing are very bad, but they are doing things. And for the you've lived in the city your whole life. 10 years before the Chamber of Lords Advisory started making its first power moves, the Revolutionary Council had just stopped. Like, you remember when the Rookery had to get together and do a fund to recobble the streets. Like, the council had just stopped its activities, like helping people. Huge, boring, simple things had just gone by the wayside. And the reality is, people of Dothraki aren't stupid. A lot of the initial things that the Sunder houses were doing were coming in and doing flashy and exciting things like building a fountain somewhere. You know, like coming in and doing things that...
Making things a little bit better.
Yeah.
Picking up the slack.
Right, so with the council, everything had kind of reached heat death.
Yes.
And then, even if they weren't smart, they were making big moves, so
yeah,
you could point to stuff out. Okay, that's helpful.
All right. We have some good...
Regarding the paint, I mean, we just don't know what we're setting up.
No, but we're about to go find out.
Let's find out. But we also have a couple of other things to... We have a list. Oris Blade is waiting downstairs, and I think there's a bit of a proposition. He has a means of production to create more of these empty glyphs, and he's desperate for work, and he's desperate for some help. And he is definitely in alignment with what we're doing with our cause. He's one of us.
We have a place to stash weapons and to let larger groups of people have meetings.
He's got empty warehouses.
To hide people if they need to hide.
You know, before Varen came in, we were having this conversation about how one of these gems could cover the salary of 10 men for a month.
A bit of a warehouse as well, couldn't it?
Right.
I mean, I don't think any of us anticipated. I thought we would be lucky if we got 24 people on our side.
We have a lot of people, and they will hold out. I think people underestimate their desperation, and their hearts may be fully in it, but I think as that gets eroded, desperate times make desperate people.
Yeah, exactly.
We need money.
We have
You know, my mama used to always say, when money walks out the door, love flies out the window.
Oh, that's rough.
I don't understand.
Meaning, like, people will feel love and passion. It was really a big allegory and a cautionary tale for divorce, but it applies here.
Okay.
It's easier to have an ideal if there's food on the table.
Yeah, if your belly's empty, you're not writing poetry as much. Some would say.
I mean, we can take some of these gems, cash them in, and at least give a handful of these soldiers, the ones who need it most, 3 to 5 gold to at least fill their stomachs for the next few weeks.
A little bit of money to keep those warehouses, maybe just to take the ease off of his reality, especially if we're going to be using.
If we cash in 2 of them, I think that'll cover us for at least the next week. These soldiers, I don't think, are expecting to have their salary met, which was on average a gold a day.
Yeah.
So if they get a couple gold for the week, I think that'll be enough to float them until we can get more down the road in this warehouse.
And if we need to, I can probably carve away a little of the theater's budget.
I don't think that's necessary.
We'll jump off that bridge when we get to it.
Well, what about your wife, Elodie? She's got contacts in the Merchant Guild. You know, as we were saying, what's most important for many of these men is making sure that they've got food on the table for their family. Do you think that any of the merchants would be willing to even just donate some basic provisions?
Yeah, well, first of all, don't have a wife. I've never met a woman I didn't marry.
Sorry.
That's all right. Common mistake.
Funny, you seemed married.
You seem married.
Oh, yeah. I felt good.
Big dad energy.
Yeah.
But I don't think you're wrong. And I think we could probably talk to my not wife about who to approach.
We need students. We need young people. We need not just soldiers. We need people who can get in anywhere, hear anything. You do have a daughter who's well placed at the moment at the university.
Yes, she is.
It may be time. I'm so sorry.
We're keeping Oris waiting.
Yes.
Let's go.
Let's go.
There's so much to talk about.
You guys head downstairs. You've finished your meal and your drinks. Oris nods and says hello to all of you. Says, all right, I'll give you a tour of Hand and Wheel. Heading out across the city, you...
Did he take the rune that I slid over to him?
Yes,
okay.
he did. Yes.
Making sure.
And remind me which rune, is this one of the blanks spelled?
One of the blanks. Just as an indicator that, like,
yes.
we know what's up.
He looks at it and goes, as he takes it, you see, he goes, can't believe I wasted your time with all of that detective work. You know, this is one of ours. You know where these ended up.
We do, but hey,
It's always good to have someone check your work.
All right. I'll take you there now.
The ones we got from the Thieves Guild.
Because he told us the truth.
He did.
Correct.
Heading out as the sun finishes setting into the dark night, you cross the River Vrosh and head down to the fray, where this is near to Potter's Field and near you can sort of, the smell of the water of Lake Nahami, and it sort of gets more humid down here. The incredible Nahami waterfall sort of cast mist over this part of the fray. And walking over cobblestones, the light sheen of waterfall mist on them, you arrive and see the symbol of hand and wheel there up on this quite large industrial building. You see that this is sort of old squat stone buildings that some of them have like survived since pre-Shaper's War and were like massive barracks halls or massive like training yards and things like that have now been repurposed into the modern industry of Dol Makyar. And walking in here, the first thing that is incredible, because there's a lot of places down near the waterfront that don't smell that great. The doors open. It smells incredible in here. These enormous kilns where they're firing, hundreds of pieces of pottery at a time. You see some of them, there's like cypress and sandalwood logs underneath the fires that some of the kilns are marked especially. There's probably 12 large ones, and there's 2 at the back that have some spellcraft around them, some like druid craft going around the kilns to help mark them as part of some of the spell glyphs that were happening here. Oris makes...
Yeah, no.
What's that?
I feel like I can smell
We
it.
can say, yeah.
Oris closes it behind you, and you can see that this room is like quite dry due to the firing of the kilns, but you see that there is some large gates that go towards these huge stands of fresh clay. As he walks through, he points through the mist over Lake Nahami and goes, it's actually the far eastern side of Lake Nahami is our clay quarry. So we do all of our clay quarrying there. And it comes across the lake. We have a ferry that comes across and rests out here. And you can see that this enormous stone buttress is open to the sky and just lets the mist of the waterfall come in and keep the clay moist in this other room. Wow. And you see that as he sort of walks in, you see that there are some beautiful like charcoal sketches around that show a couple generations of this wing of the Blade family. So you can see it's like Oris, there's a sketch of like his mom who's like spinning at a pottery wheel. This is like many Orcish families in Dol Makyar. 70 years ago, these were the workers and conscripts of an endless march to war. And this is a dream that came true just in a handful of generations.
It's the only glyph factory there is in the world that makes the glyphs by waterfall.
I'm wondering what you were giggling about over there.
Sometimes I think of things and I cannot say them because it's too much of a break in the table, and then sometimes I'm like, oh yes.
You walk in, and then you see there's a large, the loading dock is loaded up with stuff that you see or I should say actually, the loading dock is largely not loaded up with stuff right now. It looks like a lot of stuff has moved and that production has been stopped. You do see there are a couple of larger, more unique pieces. You do see 2 of the very large amphora, the kind that the paints came in, and you see they're identical to the ones you have. So this is clearly like the workshop that created them.
They created the container for them.
Yes. As he moves back, you see he closes and locks the door behind you and brings you over to another area that he opens up, where you can see there are workbenches for spell glyphs and empty shelves. There are small trays that you can see might have had gemstones in them. You actually see the Magnesson name on a contract on a table of like where they were getting their gemstones from.
I was curious.
You're curious there. You see that there's a little, you look at it. It's like a smaller contract, but it's like this, you're sitting there, it's your family name. He comes over and says, so this was the workshop here. We were able to, we were producing vastly more spell glyphs than we actually were enchanting here. There are, Sundered houses have their own ways of enchanting lots of things. So the business of the blanks was a much larger part of our business, but we did make and sell the enchanted ones as well. And those were paying for everything. The ones that we could make fully ourselves, we would sell those in the marketplace, and that was financing getting us on caravans headed out east to Telmora and Zelmir and beyond. It was financing us getting to Aziri and other places.
How much did one go for in the marketplace?
In the marketplace? A finished spell glyph was 500 gold pieces.
Wow.
And that's just for a small one. But think about going to a knight and saying, you break this and you'll be protected more than twofold of what a tower shield would be. Yeah. Even if only for a span of a second. So you see there's a small noise upstairs from a catwalk that overlooks the production floor, and you see an extremely old, pot-bellied orcish man with spectacles and a sort of he's got sort of white mutton chops and white hair, big tusks coming out the side, leans out and goes, Oris, what's going on? And you see the Oris turns around and says, Ro here, were you sleeping here? And you see there's a long pause, and the old orcish man goes, no. He goes, Ro here, don't. You see, he says, Oris, there was just, I was going over, I think, I found some savings. If we run the ferry, if we wait for a different time of day, it might be a little cheaper because the tolls are heaviest when the lake is, and you see that Oris goes, Ro here, oh man, get down here. I appreciate it. We're not gonna balance the ledger on ferry fees. Just come on downstairs. And you see the old man comes down and goes, oh, late night for a visit. Hello. Oris looks, you guys can see a little nervous because his clandestine meeting has been interrupted by what looks like sort of long
crashing here.
Yeah. Rohir says, hello, I'm the bookkeeper for Hand and Wheel Ceramics. I'm Rohir Howell.
Charmed. Rohir.
Hello.
Quiet night?
Oh, yes. It was a quiet night. But, you gotta forgive me. I live, it used to be nothing to walk. When the walk back to my home was 10 minutes, you did it all the time. Well, getting up there in years, walk takes closer to 40 now, so,
How long have you been working here?
I've been working at Hand and Wheel since the very first hand touched that very first wheel. I am a 58-year veteran of this ceramic workshop, worked for Oris's grandpappy.
Wow.
How much has changed in the process, the way things are made here? Is it?
We got more than one wheel now.
But beyond that, there's just the right way to do it, and you've been doing it the right way for 50 plus years.
They're trying to, we're a homegrown Dolmakia merchants company, and we can vouch for every part of the process, unlike, the Sundered houses, the marketplace, well, I don't know to whom I'm speaking. Aha, forgive me.
I like it when things work and when you can rely on them.
Yes.
Rohir, if you're the bookkeeper, did that mean you were in charge of commissions?
You see that Oris nods and says, I take a lot of time interfacing with the guild and traveling to try to collect contracts, and Rohir manages a lot of our day-to-day here in the workshop. Rohir says, I do it. I collect a lot of smaller contracts.
Any new clients in the last few weeks?
Oh, plenty. Yeah, plenty. We used to have a shop here, and we don't anymore. It just became too, it was not, useful for us to sort of have that anymore. But we did take some custom orders. So we've had some of those in the past few. We've had some big ones actually in the past few weeks. You see that Aura sort of raises an eyebrow and says, "Big, small orders." And he says, "Yeah, Auras. We've had some big, small orders, and I'm proud of them."
Okay.
This is going to be an odd question, isn't it? I can
It
see
is.
it brewing in your
But
head.
I think it needs to come out.
Oris, if it doesn't bother you, I would love to take a look at your books, maybe look at some of these orders that have come in, specifically one for a handful of enchanted amphoras.
You see that he and Rohir look at each other, and he says, "I thought we were here talking about spell glyphs."
That too.
Quite a few things actually may come up.
You see, he looks over. Rohir says, he nods and says, "Well, I've lived in Dolmakia my whole life. Normally," he says, I don't think it's right to allow you to look at our books. But because you're asking about enchanted amphora, I'd be happy to tell you what I know."
Look, I don't need to. I'm not trying to be a tax man or do some sort of intense audit on your ledgers. That's not what I care about. I am specifically,
Yes.
are specifically curious about. Yeah.
And you see that he looks and says, "Well, I think I have a pretty good reason to tell you about enchanted amphora." You see that Oris looks a little confused and looks over at Rohir. And Rohir looks up and says, "I'd say about 5 or 6 weeks ago." So that this is like well before
the execution.
This would have been before, not only before the execution.
Yeah,
this would have
before
been
the
He got
offense,
arrested,
right?
maybe?
this is before the offense, well before the
Yeah.
offense. It actually would have been before Thjazi and Thimble went north seeking the Stone of
Oh my
Night Soul,
gosh.
right?
5 to 6 weeks ago?
Yeah. You see, he says, 5 or 6 weeks ago we had this is breaking a veil of secrecy, but then again, don't tend to need to keep secrets for those who have passed. I'm sorry to say, Mr. Fang, but your brother came in about 5 or 6 weeks ago. He came in, ordered about 6 of the enchanted amphora. We took the order. It was a hefty sum of money. He said that someone would follow. He said he had to speak to a lady named Thimble and get the money all in order. But after that, he connected us with the source of payment and gave us a point of delivery. He said he was not going to come pick them up himself. We had to deliver them. So you see, he says, "Let me go take a look."
Do you mind if we ask where you were supposed to deliver them?
Yeah, where was? You see, he sort of rushes upstairs and comes back down with a book and looks through it and says, "We delivered them to Knife and Palette Pigments in the Tanners." He says, for whatever it's worth, I knew the driver came back from it. We got an address and we left it there, and he said he had to leave them on the street because there was no storefront. I mean, the Tanners is not retail, nothing. So we just left the amphora out on the street. I mean, he said it was one of the roughest blocks in the Tanners he'd ever been to.
Now I'm seeing enemies are
Left unwatched, unattended.
That was the instruction we were given. We were told to drop them off. They'd already been paid for. We were given the address of Knife and Palette.
And those were the instructions.
And those instructions came from Thjazi.
Yes, that's correct. He had come in here with his animal companion and took a tour of the grounds, and and made the arrangements, and then took off.
Animal companion?
Yes.
Can you elaborate?
He had a falcon with him.
Oh, all right.
Is that unusual, or have I known
Yeah,
this?
do we know this?
For those of us who know him,
you don't know this at all.
Don't know about a falcon.
Fuck.
So it landed appropriately just now. Falcon, animal.
Was it a shapeshifter? Is it a druid, or was it an actual falcon?
There's a lot of options.
Ranger.
Could also be a way of hiding Thimble.
Well, Thimble was
In the belly of a falcon.
But why?
Never mind.
Anyway, all right, that's a big fucking question mark.
Do I know in my history with Thaisha
Now we have
that is something that she would do?
Yeah.
Oh. She falcon it up?
Thaisha, to your knowledge, cannot take the form of a flying creature.
Yes. Until 7th or 6th level. Oh no. Maybe.
Did you sell these? Was part of the contract? Were they already enchanted?
We had to sell them enchanted. There were certain abjurations that had to be laid into the clay, so we took care of that.
Okay. And so this is where that product was then placed into this, I suppose.
We were given specifications that they needed to be able to survive extremely high temperatures, that they needed to be they needed to be able to survive high temperatures. They needed to be somewhat inscrutable to detection, but that we don't really do that because that gets into illegal. We don't want to. But we were able to make. We basically were able to put an enchantment that kept the smell of whatever was inside from coming out. So just made them a little bit more, I guess, inconspicuous. And we. This was a strange one. You see, he goes through and says, we were given a specific instruction to treat the clay with a material that was extremely hemophobic and essentially clay can soak up when it should be able to repel all liquid, but there are certain blood. There's a particular place if you're going to store meat or you're going to store anything like there are just certain things that can seep into, like taking care of a wood block, essentially.
So it was making sure that blood would not seep into it.
Correct, yeah, that's right.
Needed to be resistant to blood. I think you painted the theater with blood.
Well, let's find out.
I think she was right.
No, I'm starting to see. I'm starting to see some enemies. It's very fair.
But.
Or he was trying that out. Well,
we'll
find out about it later.
We don't know.
Have you,
Try not to jump to conclusions.
Yes, no, but we'll get to that.
Then that can block you off from other realities.
We have to.
And this was kept private between my brother and your establishment. We're the first to ask any questions about this, I assume.
You see that Roy says, "Yeah, no one came asking anything because all he basically just came in and arranged for everything. Payment showed up a day or two later. We started production. We were just told to drop it off at Knife and Palette Pigments in the Tanners. We were given the address for it. We went, dropped it off in just a block of gray old battlements there in the Tanners, looking over the top of Lake Nahami, and we're on our way. We dropped it off there 5 or 6 weeks ago. He was here, probably completed the order in about 2 weeks. So this would have dropped it off about 4 weeks ago.
Okay.
He did. I did ask. I said, what's the project? Because I asked, do you want this to be a recurring order? Because normally big industrial things of that size, you assume very few people make hundreds of gallons of dye one time. Typically, if you're making 100 gallons of something, you're going to keep making 100 gallons.
You have an industry.
He said it was a. What did he say? He said something like it's a. He said it's a. He said it was a gift for a family member. He said it's someone's birthday or something. There's some special occasion. I don't know.
Was it your birthday a few weeks ago?
It was not.
Okay.
Ro here, do you mind if we get that address from you?
Yeah, sure, certainly.
Yes.
They need running a paint store in the Tanners. They probably need all the foot traffic they can get. You see, he sort of scribbles it down and gives you
What was the Aussie doing?
He said something.
You see, he hands you a small thing. It says, knife and palette pigments, 17 Hanadrosh Lane.
Hanadrosh.
Good name.
Hanadrosh Lane.
Yeah,
Do we know what part of the city that is on this map?
Yes,
The Tanners, so it can't be far from here.
No.
You would know the Tanners, especially being in the Rookery, because there's those narrow set of eastern neighborhoods that don't have the main highway through them. So those are really it's almost an outer borough of the city is a way to think about it.
Right, he said it was overlooking, he said it was old battlements, so that
Yeah,
should give us
it's not far from
here.
here. Because we're on the lake.
Yeah.
This is, I think, as far as we can get here.
Actually, I have one last thing that I would like to do while we're here.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's do it.
So what are your plans to keep this place open while you have nothing going on? Or do you not have any?
Rohir looks up at Oris and says, well, boss man, what's the plan? You see Oris looks out and goes, I am petitioning the Chamber of Lords Advisory to receive dispensation.
I see.
To, they have made it known that there's a possibility that rather than selling in the marketplace, which is now illegal, we may be able to sell directly to them, and we are currently going back and forth on price.
Have you thought about
Chamber of the Lords Advisory?
Yes.
Oh boy.
I know you don't want to tell us what's in your, or you don't want us to look at the ledger. Have you done business with the Sundered Houses in bulk recently?
Not in bulk. This is the beginning of that conversation.
This is the beginning of that conversation.
We were open to it, not enthusiastic about it, we were open to it, but they didn't want to start negotiating, and then they passed the law shutting down arcane magic in the marketplace, and then suddenly they wanted to negotiate when we had no other option.
If push comes to shove and things get dire, I assume you have some sort of reserves of materials, clay, gems that you can offload, etc. Or if you did have them, materials such as gems.
We've already attempted to sell back as many gems as we can. We're not gem merchants, so we can't fetch a high price for them.
What were you getting for the gems you were selling?
I would say 4 silver to the gold. And
above table, these gems are the same as the ones that we are made to powder.
These would have been non-magical ones.
These are non-magical gems. Okay.
But if you had access to, let's say, magical gems, would you know where to sell them for a better price to keep everything afloat?
You know, we won't be able to fetch full price anywhere, but we potentially, yeah.
We might be able to find a better solution to that.
Just good to know. I was just looking for legal recourse.
Anyone who wants to give me a history check.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say, like, being the daughter, of the proprietor of the Magnesson family jewels.
Yeah.
Would I have a lead on?
I'm gonna say you as the bursar. Give me this with advantage. Give me history with advantage.
Great. I love that for me. I love that for me. What are my portents just in case?
It was a 1 and a 7.
That was me going, shiny.
I did new one, so now I'm at 5 and 15.
Not my beautiful one.
Okay, but my history is pretty good as well. Okay. So that's gonna be 22 total history.
22. On 22, it all comes together for you in this moment.
I did it.
You made the roll.
On a 22, you realize how, Murray, you don't need to rely on your family. Like, you and I both know that your family's minds are not doing what they used to do necessarily. How were you making ends meet for the Penteveral for the last 10 years of your work there? You were working with Thjazi. You know, that's how you were making stuff happen. And Thjazi is no more. But you, I think in this moment, you just heard a name not that long ago here about who was handling the finances for Thjazi. Who did he get to make the payment to this place?
Thimble?
Yep.
Yes. I think you realize in this moment that there is an entire network of money that moves under the vision of the Sundered Houses in the city of Dol Makyar, and the person that Thjazi entrusted with that was Thimble.
Fuck. All right.
We need Thimble to move money,
We need
but we
Thimble to move
can
money.
give them at least an advance. Look, we have enough money to get this fired up and moving for at least a little while, just like we have enough money to get the soldiers that we've acquired.
I don't think we
moving
need
a
an
little
advance. I think actually, if anything, I think holding off on an advance right now would be the thing to do.
I guess just our word that we'll pay them, but to get things moving.
They clearly will take it for now.
Then I think we need to establish those parameters, because the sooner we move on from here with these gears turning, the sooner we can get to the next thing. And we're already going to have a really late night again.
Lord, I wonder where.
But we now know
Where
that we can
Thimble
move
is
that
in the
and make
world
it
right
happen.
now. Who knows when Thimble will be back?
Well, we'll jump there.
I think we can maybe try to find a way to you have Pimley. Pimley is in the underground.
I've got contacts underground.
Right.
Although I don't think Pimley's too happy with me right now. But I also have that guy from episode 1 that was like, I've got skulls.
What's in episode 1?
What was his name? What was
you
Skull
mean?
Guy? You have a Skull Guy.
Are we doing meta again? I hate it.
Yeah, we are.
It's a spit.
You're sorting through your memory book.
I'll look it up. But
Yeah.
I got a guy who's got skulls.
Let's look at let's look at these. Yeah, if we're gonna.
I'll look at it in a
We
second.
got.
I think was this Davrazi Gaunt?
I have some crazy ass thoughts.
That's
Tashmara Cobblegrave?
Crazy ass thoughts.
sounds.
I love it.
Davrazi sounds right.
Anglebat slapped you back. Uncle Dink burped you back.
Those are good porn names.
Anglebat.
You see that as you review Murray, I think you see that there's definitely work to be done here. But again, the reason you had a lot of context. The reason you worked with Thjazi first and foremost, the reason that you were close enough to him to go to his fucking funeral was that in addition to being dirty, he was reliable.
He was really, yeah. And he was a good mediator. He kept me from being
Too close to
too close to it.
Yeah.
Now we're getting our hands a little bit.
Also, it doesn't help that we sort of dismantled the Thieves Guild. But you know what? We'll figure it out.
The Crow Keepers weren't to be trusted.
They weren't to be trusted
No, we
anyway.
have other ones.
Okay,
So we'll get to
I
that.
don't know what they know.
so we'll get to all of that.
We'll get to that, but how do we leave them here now? Do we tell them this is the setup, get to work, and what funds we will acquire will be heading your way soon?
I think we'll talk to them later. I think we need to know what we need before we tell them. I mean, there's a lot of options here, but I think that we can get that word through other channels.
How long does it take for you to make 200 blank glyphs?
Sorry?
How long would it take? Just curious.
It depends from where you start in the process, from getting the clay to firing them, to everything being just the blanks.
Or to enchant.
Let's start with that.
At top speed, probably 6 days, 8 days.
6 to 8 days.
Yeah.
So
Wait.
they would have needed to have started days ago. If we're expecting something is on the horizon soon.
I think his name, Brennan, I think his name was Tunk Horman?
Oh, no, sorry.
No. Razi Gaunt?
Tunk Kovacs was a Borefolk mercenary who I think hit on Tyranny. Tunk was a
Poor-man.
Not why did I write Horman?
Look at.
Oh, I guess okay. Jared is saying it's Davrazi. Okay, it must be
I'm
Davrazi.
Tunk Horman. I'm here to fix your plumbing.
Back on the porn thing, huh? That's better, actually. Tunk Horman?
Okay.
What was his last name? Sorry.
I think his real last name is Kovacs.
No.
Where Whoreman comes from.
I fell for it.
Just his stage
That's
name.
what she said.
Look, I was.
Who's Whoreman?
Why isn't he working with us?
This I missed.
I have to stop.
I think you see that the Oris at this moment goes. We should let Ro. I should walk Ro here home.
All right.
You'll hear from us soon.
Yeah, we can be in contact. Maybe we can at least once again make this as like a food donation drop off that people can come and get supplies. I think operating on that level first, as opposed to an actual exchange of gold,
Storage.
might actually be better. Storage.
Let's not
Because then if
quality
anybody comes by, because if they're making deals and trying to like move this contract forward with the Sundered Houses, I don't want the Sundered Houses to like people come in and check in and see something, off kilter.
I think that we need to come up with something. Do you have a back room? It looks like you do it. This workroom that we're in right now is kind of a back room, right?
We have a warehouse.
And they have a warehouse.
The further away, the better. Plausible deniability.
And we need them to not work with the Sundered Houses. They need to have a plausible reason to have their equipment not be in order and sort of indefinitely not in working order. At least front of house. Back of house is where they're going to be doing whatever we eventually set them up to do.
Okay.
Oris looks and says, "I'm gonna walk Ro here home."
Yes.
I was happy to tell you what I thought was news to you. You all are deeper in this than I am.
Oh.
I am here for you. I want to help. I need to take care of my people.
Yes.
Absolutely.
City contract is hard to turn down.
He turns as he goes to escort Rohir home and leaves you guys out there. You guys have this address, but it's also too late to go. You've spent half the night walking across the city. You turn around and feel from Oris the same thing that was communicated from Varen. There are people who want to help, and they swim in deep, churning waters that are commanded by the likes of the Sundered Houses. They need to eat. They are drowning.
Yes.
And they need to make choices fast. Their hearts are with you, their bellies are not.
Right.
And so, you guys, I think it is late at night now. Perhaps too late to go check out this other address. So you guys let me know if there's anything else you do that night, or if you want to move to the next day and try to go accomplish something.
How far away from the gala from the gala are we?
2 days. 3 days.
3 days from now.
So
tomorrow we do.
there might be a little bit of work that I'll cover with you later. I probably would have gotten a bit of that done. And I also, to be fair, I have a roommate I have not checked in with for quite a while.
Yeah.
But other than that, I assume once I get home he'll be there. I just want to look at his work and see where we're at that.
You get home that night, and Demidus is looking at you. It smells incredible in here. You see that he's looking out. Give me an insight check when you get back.
Yeah, let's see if I can actually roll something that where's the good one? Here's the good one. Yeah, look at that. 18.
You get back. He's rearranged the various illusory gewgaws that make your apartment a little brighter and more lively. The kitchen is spotless. He looks out and goes, I was thinking about the decorations in the kitchen, and I know that I put that mobile by the window. I actually think the mobile's, I moved it over to the arch, but then it looked too chunky in the arch, so I moved it back to the window. So then but the window, it's the same light problem, so I don't know if you want to get them to build another window in here.
Uh-oh.
I love what you've done with the place. Oh, that felt very weird to do. Oh, I did not like that. That felt... I can get used to this. You need to be comfortable. I'm not used to sharing space. Don't not change anything. Yes.
Don't not change
Change everything.
Do what you need to do. how is the writing going?
It's going okay. I certainly miss, if you know when I might be able to go back to school, if that's ever going to happen.
Well, we'll work on that. We are working on that at full speed.
Demetus goes.
GED?
Demetus goes.
Honestly, yeah.
Yeah, got it.
Okay.
Got it. I understand how dangerous it is. I'm not impatient.
I may have something. I don't know if you've looked at the books. There's not a lot of books in here, but feel free to pick up anything that strikes your fancy. I think you'll find some very interesting reading for someone of your ilk. Things that you probably couldn't find at the academy. And yes, and I look forward to reading everything you're working on. Where's Figment, out of curiosity?
Says Figment? Oh, up here. And you see that Figment is currently turning one of the pages of the books, reading it.
Oh my god.
You see that he just looks at you and goes, I have read most of the books. I read all of them. I read them all. They're great.
Did he find the book that Hal had been looking for, out of curiosity?
Visages of Creation.
Yeah.
It's on.
I think he did, but I don't think he knows.
He has not put that together.
He's not put that together.
Okay, just
I don't
curious.
think he even knew the hell was.
He says, yeah. He says, I have read all the books. Thank you for letting me have permission. I didn't know that I should check for that.
No, you had complete permission. My home is your home for the moment, and I'm delighted by Figment. What are they reading right now?
They're reviewing one of the passages in that architectural sort of examination.
Do they have a particular favorite, like a subject that they seem to be drawn to, or are they just reading for pleasure? Or they're reading.
Well, I don't know why Figment is so fascinated by the architecture, because I would have sworn it was bugs.
You don't. It just happened.
Mm-hmm.
This imaginary lizard just decided they were interested in architecture.
Oh, imaginary things can decide anything.
Do you think there was something in you or something beyond?
Maybe it's both. Maybe there's something in us that's beyond.
Oh, God, I hate that. Maybe rest in hell. I'm going to go to sleep.
All right.
Enjoy. There's nothing outside of the bedroom, and everything beyond that. The closets is absolutely on limits. Whatever not off limits is. This is so hard.
Thanks,
Good night.
Good night. I think, Bolaire, you go to sleep that night on top of 350 unnamed former veterans.
Oh my goodness.
The Hand and Wheel Merchant Company and all of their potters and workers. You can now add Demetus Blix to the list of people desperately counting on you to find them a way out.
Yes.
We are going to move to the next day.
I want to do my level up tonight.
Great.
Level up.
You know something? I see myself at home in my room, and I go through the same routine that I do every night, the same way that I get ready. I take this arcane martial equipment, this garb off of myself, and I find myself in this moment in my room looking at it. I'm naked, and I'm looking at this equipment, and I have Bolaire's words that he recently told me ringing in my head, that you cannot be a thing and a person at the same time. And I'm looking at this thing that I have become role that I play, a costume that I put on, and I speak out into the ether. Thjazi, I don't know where you are. I don't know if you can hear me. You probably can't, but I guess that means that what I have to say is to myself, and I'm talking to myself again like I do in my head over and over again, and I don't know who I'm supposed to be without you telling me who to be. And I have embodied a lie for you for so long that I don't know where that lie begins and where it ends and how much of it I've actually become and is actually me. And I've realized that I thought we held funeral for one man, but instead we actually held a funeral for hundreds of men because you have found this way to alter who you are a little bit depending on who you are in the presence of, and that's how you get us all to do exactly the thing that you want us to do. And I've no way of knowing the person I would have actually been if I had not altered myself to be what I thought you needed me to be. And I think for the first time in a while, I feel like I'm on a mission with people that I feel like have my back. And it's not conditional, it's because of who they think I am. And I don't know if that's the real me. But I understand why you did that. I understand why you would alter yourself into tiny different versions of you. It's effective. And I guess I am still trying to be what I think you want me to be. And I think in this moment, I look to the mirror and I think I inadvertently, subconsciously cast a spell. I see that I also activated innate sorcery without even knowing. There's like tiny motes of fire and sparks of electricity whirling around me. And I look in the mirror and I see my face is changing. I see a face looking back at me that looks a little bit like Hal, then it changes into a little bit of Murray, then it changes to Bolaire, then Einfossen, then my parents. I see it going back and forth between my mom and my dad, and their dark hair and their tan skin looks like such a contrast to me, but I see that my face is half hers, half his, even if in other ways I don't look like them. Sometimes who you are is less important than who someone thinks you are. And sometimes it's okay to become whoever they need you to be in order to get the job done. I've been altering myself for him for so long, as I realize in this moment that the spell that I inadvertently cast was alter self. And as that sets in, I lean into the mirror and I look closely into that reflection and I choose the next change. My skin becomes a little greenish, my hair darkens, my jaw, my chin, my mouth changes ever so slightly. And I look at a version of me that would have been if he were my father. And then I turn around and then I lay in bed and I go to sleep.
The sound of the rushing river outside your window accompanies you into sleep as it has so many times. All of the faces you saw in the mirror. And the word, remember. A word in the language of your people. a word in Navikan, a language that starts to come back. It's the rushing of a river. Remember, remember, remember. A river rushing outside. Pounding waterfalls begin to sound like a deep and powerful growl. This world torn apart by the forces of destruction. Force of creation, all but a distant memory. Memory. There is something sleeping in this world that is asking you to remember. And in dreams, a growl deeper than the foundations of your world, as a massive head looms over you in dream, smiles and laughs in joy and recognition of its people. And that's where we'll go to break.
Schemer.
Listen, the grass isn't always greener. Sometimes it's covered in...
Excuse me, but who are you looking at? You overpriced f***ing sheet of wallpaper.
Obviously me.
Stop flirting, Fausto. You're giving me a semi. You know how it works. Like a paladin's sword. It won't go limp till it's tasted blood. So don't smash the loot, or it's you it drinks from.
I'll handle it.
Hurry up, before the barkeep comes back.
Relax. Jars of mind-melting evil don't have eyelids.
Ah, and here I thought she liked watching me sleep.
What?
Ow!
I bet there's even better loot down there.
Something shiny.
I never say no to a dark hole. That was easy. Did we skip a room?
Maybe more than one, but you can find them all in the full adventure.
What'd I say? There's loads of gold hanging on these walls. And from his hand. If these doodles are worth a fortune, what about the hand that made them?
A new artist to wield me.
Have you ever gotten into a live bidding war with a stranger online? Honestly, I've never felt more alive. eBay Live is more than just shopping. It's an experience. It's a chance to win something big. Like a new card for my binder, or a new game for my collection. One more couldn't hurt. With live box breaks, you never know what you're gonna pull, and everyone can join in the excitement together. Each stream is basically like its own little community, and interacting with the host and the other viewers live really adds to the fun. Not to mention, I've seen people win some crazy stuff in giveaways, like sealed boxes of cards and graded slabs. Oh my goodness. Join the thrill. See what's live now.
Since the day you first called on me, I have been preparing you for what now begins. Everyone is in danger.
Let me guess. A vague portent of doom with little to no explanation.
This realm is built on false gods. The old ways must die.
Who the are these people?
The usual. Death cultists, supernatural villains.
Class
classic Vox Mox. I did not miss the constant peril.
Vox Machina is here. Kill them all!
Ah, crap.
Most problems can be solved by punching.
When they can't?
You kick.
Oh, I could get used to this!
2, 3, 4!
This has been playing out far longer than we knew.
Maybe it's a complete and utter coincidence?
We're not lucky enough for that.
You cannot protect them all.
We're Vox Machina, and we don't run. It's time to up.
What the?
Doc. In the span of 24 hours, you've caused unfathomable amounts of property damage and confronted a lifetime of internalized parental issues.
Welcome to Vox Machina.
Welcome to Weird Kids.
Welcome to Weird Kids. We are live from a ball pit. Can I take your order?
We did skeet shooting except with Molotov cocktails, which was great.
It's the mailbag!
Oh my goodness, it's a mail monkey.
Oh.
Okay. What is bologna? Feet and face? I will still eat it.
No.
What lies beyond, they longed to know. The places where the maps don't go. Their quest to learn of time and space devoured them without a trace.
The dawning truth burned like a sun, hypotheses unwound, undone. Through realms unknown, the ship took flight, through ancient ruins, through beams of light.
And now, at last, an endless hall reveals the things that haunt them all. The final journey now begins. To go beyond, we must go within.
Unend Season 3 arrives April 8th, 2026.
New episodes available Wednesdays on Beacon, Mids.co, YouTube, and your preferred podcast listening platform.
You know what time it is, BBs. It's time for the Critical Role Shop Stuff. You know what we say. Take a chance, roll the dice. It's comfy, it's cozy, it's perfect for you.
Oh, this is fine. I deserve nice things.
Well, I am definitely adding this to my list. Thank you very much. Why not pick this up? It looked great on you. This is what real charisma looks like.
I'll take 3. For science, obviously.
You can never have too many dice. Take it from me.
Yeah, I know who I'm getting that for.
Need more dice? These are nice. You know you want it. Go on and get it at the Critical Role shop. Na.
We return. Liam said D's nuts right at me.
You gave us all almonds.
We're eating some almonds.
You did give us.
And I'll tell you what, D's nuts are delicious.
Salty. Salty too.
Salty. It takes a while to chew them. The important thing, the almond skin in the throat.
Oh, you played yourself.
Vamp.
Vamp.
I do
Tell more
not
nuts
Heimlich.
jokes.
Great.
Oh.
We return to Daymond. I feel like I can always get Liam with a good we return.
Yeah.
We return!
You got me because you were like a chipmunk, had almond remnants in the side of your mouth.
We return!
So cute. High intrigue.
The following day, all of you awaken in various neighborhoods of the city of Dolmakyar to see, not overwhelmingly, but you go out and begin to see occasional storefronts or people walking dressed in white with small paper lanterns out on the street, and some giving these sort of cream white, heavily sugared cookies out to people passing on the street. And as you walk by, you see someone with a little kind of, white gown on saying, and a happy candle feast to you all.
Okay.
The creed is out in force today.
Okay, my portents for the day. Oh, no, it's not. Okay. 7 and 14. Sorry. Keep going.
Ooh, my portents.
My portents.
I thought it was another one for a second.
For those of you who are out today, let's go ahead and give me a profession check for today as you guys go about your business.
Oh, I get to give somebody heroic inspiration. I still have it after having that long rest. Bolaire.
Are you sure?
Yes.
I get a D6. Oh,
You get a reroll.
I get a reroll.
Yeah.
All right.
And it could be any die. It doesn't have to be.
This is the day of.
This is 2 days before the gala.
2 days before the gala. Okay.
That's correct.
Okay.
So meaning the gala is tomorrow night or
day after tomorrow.
Day after tomorrow night. Got it.
Okay. That was bullshit.
Oh, yeah.
That's much better.
What did we get here?
It is your ability modifier, not with proficiency?
With proficiency.
Oh, okay. Well, then I got an 11.
11. A completely average day. This is a day, like, as in everything else, you've been pulling some sick moves and doing stuff, but we got to catch up on paperwork. There's just
lots
stuff.
of admin.
A lot of today is probably just like dealing with Grotto's illness and when he can get back to work.
Great.
And getting him up and back on his feet. You also, Varen is waiting for you at Falcon's Rest that morning.
Yes.
He goes, so look, people are eager, they're hungry.
Yes.
When should I look to eat? I don't know who the other people in that room were, other than I think one of them was maybe Thjazi Fang's brother. But what do you need people to wait for? Do you need me to tell people to hang on longer? Do you need and even an answer that is hold is better than just going silent?
Here's what we need. Here's what I already have for you. And this symbol is a good lookout. And I'm going to describe to him this very kind of rudimentary drawing of a bird.
Cool.
That is easy to scratch on a wall. That is easy to leave as like a marking on a building. Specific enough, but not sloppy, so that it can get mistaken for different things. And the phrase. Which was?
Any good tidings?
Any good tidings? Mm-hmm. Always for a friend.
He says, all right, I'll communicate that out and let people know.
And for now, sit tight. Meet me here tomorrow and I will have more for you, more specifics. But those that are eager to move or more desperate, we need people in position in the Sundered Houses. If they get employment there, remember that their allegiance needs to still be with us. Their plants. You got to get the right people for that. At least they'll get a paycheck.
You see Varen nods and says, look, what I have from these people, Azune, is interest. I'm not in a position to pass commands on to anyone. What I can do is tell you who's still got an opening at one of those jobs. I can get a list of those people that like myself, that were working private security for the Sundered Houses.
Okay.
And I can get you a list of those people that I trust. I'll meet you here tomorrow morning with a list of people that still have a day job somewhere.
Got it.
And I'll give you that list, and I'll give you the list of the people that I trust, all right?
Sounds good.
All right. Let's see what other profession roles we got.
14 for me.
14, totally uneventful. Dean Cora is off, but she comes by at one point and says, Gala, Cormorants are going to be there. We want to be there, yes?
Absolutely. I'm planning on being there.
This is it's like a theater thing?
Yeah, so I also just inhaled some almonds.
These nuts, get you every time.
Vamp.
Good tidings for these nuts.
Always for these nuts.
Always for these nuts.
These nuts.
The almonds strike again. Yeah, so, grand opening of the Hallowed Round. It's opening night here in like 4 days or whatever, but they're having a big kickoff gala. It seems like a lot of people are going to be there. I think it's good to like schmooze.
She says, all right, great. We'll make a little appearance there. Maybe we're there celebrating the new internship program because we have is one of our kids in the internship program involved with this theater thing at all or no?
Okay, so you're thinking of Hero?
Okay.
Elodie's daughter, right?
Yes. Right. So Elodie Devian. Yes. Okay.
Yes, exactly. So Elodie is with, what's his name? Halandil? Halandil Fang?
This is the proprietor of the place.
Yes.
Hero is Halandil's daughter.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Wow. Okay. Web.
It's an integrated web.
Hello, Web.
I know.
All right. Ooh, this is one. Okay, great. Good. Love this.
While I have you, I was just doing a little inventory stock the other day, and I realized that we're actually a little bit low on gems. They're very necessary for the training of our students. I have a contact, he's got some that's like ready to go. I was just wondering if I could get approval from you to take some of the budget to restock some of our gems.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. Make sure we don't run out of gems. The gems are for just classwork?
Classwork, they're really good when it comes to anything involving transmutation or...
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Fantastic. I'm the fucking Mercer.
You see she looks slightly pissed that you talked to her about something she considers that boring. She's like,
She's like, this is below my pay grade.
You solve these problems.
Yeah. Okay. So as part of this, can I scoop on the books? Like, how much gold should I scoop and leave some gems in the...
You have all of those gems in your inventory. If you would like to forge some company you're buying them from and cash out, you are welcome to do that. As you might be well aware, as you further inspect them, these gems were stolen from the Penteferal. So the Penteferal has use for them, right? Crowkeepers just robbed the school at some point and got these metamagic gems and then went, we don't know what to do with this. They're hot. Yep. So how many gems would you like to convert? And do you want to convert them at the full rate?
Full rate.
Absolutely. I want to convert them at the full rate, which is what, 300 gold?
300 gold each.
How many do we have again? We have quite a few. 18?
600 almonds.
But because we want to leave a few because I want to make a few like, what spells do we have available to preload if we wanted to?
Shield.
Yeah, I also have shield. Shield's always a good one because it's got to be casting time of self, detect magic.
I have the one that would
invisibility.
I have divine smite.
And then
that's self.
Yeah.
I have understand languages. Comprehend languages, thank you.
So if I did, I can just start it off with what? 5 gems now to give us 1,500 golds? Do we want, what's a good goal set
I think
for cash right now?
I think 4 to 5 ought to do it.
Six. I mean, if each gem is 300, 2 gems will give us 600.
Right.
Oh, you mean 4 to 5 gems?
Yeah.
4 to 5 gems, that gives 15.
I think that's a very good amount.
And then that could be what I'm still thinking that we like take some of that and have it as like food coffers so that like anyone who wants to be part of our cause, they can still at least be fed. And at the end of the week, maybe toss however many people that we feel that are in need.
Yes.
5 gold.
Yes.
If people need some cash to get them through, they can come to us.
Correct.
That
so
way
I'm
we're not
going to cash
hemorrhaging.
in 5 gems.
Hell yeah.
And
go ahead.
Make up a little receipt.
go ahead and add 1,500 gold to your inventory and get rid of 5 of those gems. You take care of that on your own.
That
That's no
also
sweat.
gives us some emergency warehouse space if we need.
Profession check from Bolaire. What do we get?
21.
21. Incredible. I think the gala is beautifully coming together. Describe for me what we should anticipate being the theme of the gala.
Well, this is, I feel that this is such a grand opening of a theater with such a grand and exciting play that's going to be performed. I am very excited. And so it's going to be a masquerade. Not that anyone knows that yet. When our guests show up, they are going to be handed a mask. I've commissioned each individual mask to be just these beautiful, stunning pieces, each its own work of art. The name of the gala is the Convivum Hereticarum. Sorry, yeah, I think they got that right. Which
Convivum?
Yeah, Convivum Hereticarum, which is Latin. Apologies for banquet of the heretics.
Convivum Hereticum?
Yeah, Hereticarum.
Hereticarum.
I can send it to everyone. It's
Latin.
I love Latin.
Love them or convive them.
Each of the masks is going to represent one of the fallen gods and or their family members. And because no one knows which god they're going to be when they show up, it's going to be delightfully anonymous. We've killed the gods, now we get to party because men are now the gods. It's gross, it's disgusting, and these people will love it.
Incredible. How? What is your profession?
It's 25.
25!
Ooh, nice.
Thanks, higher charisma.
Nice.
On a 25, spending your day at the Hallowed Round, the magpies fluttering over the sky, your own sense of confidence and certainty in what you are doing. Tickets are moving like crazy and the play is coming together. On a 25 profession check, when opening night comes and the big performance check happens, you have that D4, but on a 25 DC, you may re-roll. Should you need to.
Re-roll, okay. The whole roll.
The whole roll.
Do we? Either any of us want to spend some spell slots today to make a few of these?
Oh my gosh, that's a really
Yeah,
good
how
idea.
long does it take to enchant these runes?
Once they're all prepared, they can be enchanted in a couple hours if you can get access to the workshop.
And I think with that day, we're in the equivalent of a fantasy tech rehearsal. We're doing cue to cues, and I am standing at different places in the amphitheater listening to the chorus and the cast use everything that they have learned in our institution to speak in a whisper and deliver to the very back row. And in that time that I spend making adjustments, making suggestions, I also spend plenty of time pausing to meditate on these paintings that my daughter has finished, I assume, at this point, and just wonder at what they contain.
They look so beautiful.
Do we want to take a moment to
enchant some?
Enchant. Well, not just if we're going to go enchant a few things, we can also have a quick conversation at the paint.
Yeah, we could stop by Hand and Wheel, do a couple gyms, and then bounce over to investigate the address. I like that.
And we're doing that before the sun goes down?
That's the notion is lunch break. If we can get you for one.
Lunch break.
I'm managing, so I can walk away. It's much easier than directing.
In terms of when you would enchant these glyphs, I think you would probably need a process. I think to get it would take your whole lunch break just to get down to the workshop.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah. All right.
So
this would be
this would be you guys doing your fey like the little brownies come out at night and make the shoes while everyone's asleep. So you'd be up all night doing that. As night comes around, you see, again, the Candescent Creed has not managed to crack Dolmakyar. It's a pretty godless city, all things considered. But It is Candle Feast, which is a big holiday, and the Incandescent Creed obviously has a lot of people around the Via Aurora, which is their big, massive holding up in the mid-city. So you see that there are candles and singing and everything like that. Do you guys meet up that night?
I would love to have a talk. I would love to have a talk, because there's a few things that are now bothering me because of this fucking woman.
I think it's a good idea. Okay. If you guys do, and it looks like we're already sorting through some potential spell situations.
Yeah, and I got rid of.
These are the ones that you sold, right?
Yes, I just got rid of 5 gems.
Okay. In the party
but
thanks for
in the
that.
party inventory, so we should be okay. Okay, I think they just.
Thanks.
I think they.
And you gave one to Oris initially? Oh no, that was one of the. Never mind. Sorry, it wasn't one of these.
No. I showed Oris that I had a blank.
Empty glyph,
yeah. I think that was 5 gems.
Arriving at the 7 Stars that evening, you guys have the potential to get up to your normal covert shenanigans. Yes. You have an address, but you also have spell blanks and gems and everything else like that. What is the plan for this evening?
I think for the sake of efficiency.
Yeah.
Because I know we have a gala to get to.
Yeah.
Do we want to maybe speak to Elodie and get a little bit of like a food cache for some of our soldiers? Are we committing to that? Do we just want to hold on to this cash for now?
and going to seek an investment?
If they need, I almost want to say if they need it, we can let them know that.
I think
can we let Varen know if they need it?
They need a reassurance. No matter what they're saying, I know in my gut that they need us to deliver something soon, and it's going to make everything easier for everybody.
We're going to need we're going to need some of their people to work the gala as well.
Great,
so
I can establish that tomorrow morning with him.
So what are we saying we're doing?
Well, I could certainly call on Elodie this evening if we want to split off, or save that for like me approaching tomorrow. Because there's one more day before the gala. Is tomorrow the day?
No.
Day after tomorrow.
Not the
day after tomorrow.
Right.
And I would love to just know. I would feel far more secure if we had an answer about whether or not the Thjazi's paint was tampered with.
We're about to find that out.
That would make me very happy now.
Once again, I have a theory, but I'm not gonna hold my tongue until we go to this address.
So tonight we make we write some spell glyphs, right?
Yeah.
That's the task. Address.
Make some spell glyphs. Do we, yes or no on grocery storage for soldiers?
I think let's do it.
Okay.
We'll use one of the warehouses.
Yes.
You can talk to Elodie. How much do we want to throw for like food so that people can come by, almost like a food kitchen kind of,
like a food bank?
Food bank. Yeah. Like basically make a food bank for these soldiers.
But we don't have we're not installing a kitchen. We're saying we're taking a factory and having like non-perishable,
like shelf
basic
stables.
stuff, so that people can come and go, and it doesn't feel like some sort of a food bank with staff.
It's not going to be a big line.
It's just a secret address.
Right. Just so that at least bellies are full and they know that they can come and at least put food on the table for their family. Mm-hmm. And I think that would be a little bit safer than like a mass exchange of a lot of gold.
Yes.
And are we aiming for one of Oris's spare factories?
Perfect.
Yeah, like a back room in the factory.
It would also be a good way of finding out who needs a little bit of work, who can work the gala, so that we have some security teams ready to go. If they don't mind serving hors d'oeuvres.
I can just head that off if that's okay. If in addition to this, that'll cover some of the people that are more in need. If I just get a small sum of gold, that will definitely fund this primary assignment. He will be able to, if I hand him just a small bit of gold, he'll be able to hire people and staff, I think, the gala from there.
So let's see, what do we think? Like 5 gold for the gala per person? 3 gold?
5 gold is so much.
5 gold is a lot. I even just think one gold for the gala is more.
1 gold per person for the gala is incredible.
So how about I'm going to divvy how much gold?
You've got a chest with 1,500
I've got
gold.
1,500 gold.
You need a dolly for that.
You need a dolly for that.
Yeah. I think 100 gold worth of food for the warehouse,
what I was gonna say.
and then give me 20 gold.
And I'll let, and we should let the soldiers know that if something bad happens, there will be a significant bonus.
So, yeah, sure. Yes, hazard pay. I'm going to give 100 gold, once again, just kind of fast tracking a little bit. I'm going to give 100 gold to Hal so that Hal can talk to Elodie maybe, and we can get our food bank. And then I'll give, how about I just give you 30 gold?
Great.
You know what? I'm just going to give you 50 gold, just in case.
That's a lot.
And then we get all of that in motion.
You get 50 gold. Hal gets 100. I think with that, you guys spend that night, and the plan is for you to go to Elodie, and for you to meet Baron the next morning.
The next morning with this one.
I think that night with 4 of you, you're also getting contracts ready to pay people out of the Argonaut. Yes. So I think that night, you guys set all of that up. The one part of this that I think is a conversation is you go to Elodie, to her beautiful sort of, manor house. I think she's in, where'd my map of the city go?
We have this one.
Thank you. She's got a beautiful place in Nearzash, where as you open the door, she goes, Hal, good to see you. Oh my God, how's everything been okay?
Sorry to not send any advance notice.
No. Come in.
Are the girls here?
I am so sorry that I wasn't able to make it the other night to just up to Brightbrook and to the cliffside.
It's okay.
It's been an extremely stressful time for a lot of reasons.
I can't imagine what you were juggling in the city with the shifting sand under our feet.
Hey, well, speaking of juggling, it's been really wonderful to have Shadia here. Hero's been extremely happy to have her older sister.
I can't thank you enough.
Of course. Is everything all right?
Why don't we sit?
Okay. She takes a seat.
I'd like to start talking about the future a little bit.
Okay.
I don't need to tell you the chill that's in the wind in our home these days. And the house is, I'm starting to hear things. I'd like you to start thinking about a plan. Should things go so bad, so untenable, that there's no coming back from it. And for all our years together, as partners and friends, if you could take our daughters somewhere safe. If and when. I don't know if you'd ever consider going home after all your years here, but I just don't know what's coming, and I would like to just know we have a plan in place for you and for them.
Point to me on the map the land that escapes the reach of the sundered houses, and I will flee there.
That's fair. That is not the only thing I've come to talk about. While there is more and more danger circling, there are a lot of people like you and me who want better. I'm trying to help some folks in town who are bracing for the worst. And I am investing a little of the rookery's coffers, and we have some other funding in place, but something I want to broach with you, if you're comfortable with it, is it's getting cold out there, and I want to help feed the people willing to draw a line in the sand as business kind of goes south in Dolmakyar. And I don't know if you know Or's blade with the hand.
Yeah, I know Oris, yes.
Yeah, he's a new friend. And he is willing to give us use of one of his factories that are not in play at the moment.
Yeah.
I've come to you with hat in hand. Do you want to invest in the city's future?
Normally I need to see a business plan before I make an investment. Give me a persuasion check.
Smart lady.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Damn it. Money and sense, not...
It's 26.
You rich dumb people. 26? She looks and says, when we first got together, my grandmother, when she was still with us, made me make one promise. The promise that she asked me to make, she said, Elodie, you come from means, and though I did not follow in the family business and I had to build my own merchant's company myself, she said, if you're going to couple with an actor, you have to think now about what you're going to say. And I said, Grandma, what do you mean? And she said, you need to think about what you're going to say when he asks you for money.
Dang.
It's personal.
How much are we talking about, Hal?
Not too much. A few hundred gold.
Oh, a few hundred gold. My God. Okay, yes. And you see that she...
a few 100 million gold.
She turns around and says, what do you... You're trying to help people that are looking for the gold?
Seed money.
Seed money.
Seed money.
You see that she looks and says, I'd be more than happy to help. You know this city, you know its people, you know who needs help, and the truth is you're providing a service for me. And you see that she begins to take out a scroll of parchment, draw on it in ink, present it to you, which is a note of withdrawal from her Bankers Guild, hands it to you and says, you've done me a service because it's worth a lot of money to know what needs to happen. The less I know, the better.
You are always too good for me. Grandmother was a wise woman.
If I see any brand new, very expensive looking puppets at this opening night, I'm going to be very cross.
Puppets is so 10 years
ago. She says, well, best of luck, Hal. And you see that she's written you a note for 300 gold pieces. Okay. She looks out and says, and I'll see you at the gala at the Argonaut.
Behind a mask. You didn't hear it from me.
Ooh, all right. You see, she says, well, that'll make things interesting. You got it.
Wait, are you going to ask her to get groceries? Or is that something we're just going to handle?
Ask her to buy the food stuff?
Yeah, just so she's a merchant lady, right? Yeah, okay.
I think I'm going to take a big pile of money and I'm going to go make it happen.
All right,
cool.
Great.
That night, I assume, Murray, you get in touch with Oris about actually like opening up these warehouses. But I'm going to say with all of your past effort to start to set up this network, all of you feel the turning of gears. Money turns to food. Someone who wants to help but doesn't know how has spaces. Fighters that don't know where to go have food, and something starts to spin into motion.
Talk like I mentioned. Have to talk to Varan. He spreads the Varen. He has to spread the word.
We'll actually move to the next day.
Yeah.
We'll just keep moving forward towards the gala, which is the following day. You meet Varen back at Falcon's Rest.
Yes.
And everyone here can roll their profession check for that next day as well.
Great.
Oh my gosh, and I have to roll because you roll portent at the start of every day.
Yeah, that's great.
Do you still have that heroic inspiration?
No, I used it.
You used it?
Yeah,
Okay.
because my roll was crap.
This day I'll give it to Murray.
To me?
Yeah.
Oh, that's crazy.
What are your porties?
My porties are 2 18s.
Nice.
Double 18s.
Can I roll with luck on this?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll use the luck point. Oh, I'll take that. That is 25.
25. You have a sack of. Do you have like that 50 gold pieces?
I have 50 gold pieces.
That she gave you. You meet Varen at Falcon's Rest. He says, "All right, what news?"
A good amount of news. I'm going to hand him the sack of 50 gold, and I'm going to give him the address. There's a warehouse. There's a backroom warehouse in
the Fray.
In the Fray. That's yes. So I'm going to give the address to that. Those that are in need. There's a food bank set up discreetly in a back room there. Our people need to know that they're taken care of and that we're looking out for them. And this is just the beginning. So let them know that no one here will go hungry. Their efforts will be rewarded. This gold is for an upcoming job, the gala. This is hired security. So pick amongst those 1 gold piece for the job per person.
He grabs that from you, looks at it. He says, "How many do you want me to hire?"
I think this is a good proving ground. I'd like to see how many this can pay for.
He looks and says, "This will go a long way. These men all know each other. These fighters all know each other. And some of them have sick kids. Others have problems that need to be solved today and not tomorrow. Few of these gold pieces placed in the right hands doesn't just buy us goodwill with those men, but the ones they know as well. I'll get to work."
We take care of our own.
He salutes, and you see under his cloak, notched into his armor, is the small symbol of the bird being spread.
I think at this point I've notched it somewhere myself, and I reveal that at the gala.
And you see, he says, and what the phrase was, any new tidings or any
good tidings.
You see, he says, any good tidings?
Always for a friend.
He looks, taps the side of his head and walks away. And
We're awesome. We're doing it.
We're doing it. And you realize as you're like, yeah, that's cool. Also, lots of people can like shapeshift and do disguise magic. This is a really good idea to be doing this like check-in phrase. Yes. He takes off. On a 25 profession check that day, I think that you become aware that a couple things happening in the Revolutionary Guard. Yes. Under Lord Einfossen's directive, they are putting a pause into the search for Demidus Blix. They're not suspending it, but they're just not assigning any resources to actively keep looking for him. They are assigning lots of resources now to the search for Lady Cormorant. Yeah.
How many days has it been since I conducted the investigation at the Arcanaut?
On this next day, you conducted that one, I think you conducted that one 1, 2, 3 days ago.
3 days ago. Okay.
But on a 25, you don't sense that coming back to you. It's basically just the Sundered Houses yelling at the Revolutionary Guard. Find her, whatever you have to do. Right?
Okay.
What else did we get on our profession checks for that day? Bolaire, what did we get here?
I got a 18.
18. Wonderful spend of the day. The guest list is coming in. On an 18, you see that the Photarch of the Candescent Creed has marked herself as attending the opening gala.
The Photarch.
She wanted to talk to you.
I wanted to talk to you for so long.
Photarch of the Candescent Creed has marked herself as attending and got on the list because obviously it's due to the patronage of House Halavar that this whole deal happened at all. So she was on some kind of missive about the gala, and it's one of those things where you're like, well, we're never going to hear back from her. She's the Photarch of an entire religion. Oh, and she is coming, and she requested a +8. Okay.
Oh, no. Shit.
She'll be coming with a red.
Vitrals deep.
She requested a +8?
+8.
Do I have to give her a +8?
That is some stuff.
On an 18, you don't like your prospects on denying that +8.
Fuck a duck.
Murray, what did you get?
Also an 18.
Also 18.
Right.
Delightful. You're beginning to get missives back from your interns at the Arcanaut who are continuing to obfuscate and delay from this Cormoré project, but that's going very well. The gems went through totally fine and unannounced. And on an 18, I think you also find some workers' tools that you could potentially use to, if you didn't want to use Oris's facilities, I think on an 18 you find some facilities at the Penteveral if you wanted to make some of these spell glyphs yourself.
I was actually going to ask that. You read my mind.
Nice.
I don't know if whatever time I have basically bopping in and out, still doing my job, making sure my face is seen. Look busy. And then on an extended lunch break and maybe taking an hour or two at the end of the day when people are starting to thin out, I would love to make some spell glyphs. Some cookies.
Incredible. Beautiful.
How much time would I have?
To make some spell glyphs?
Or how many could I make in that amount of time of a few hours?
Give me a, do you have any proficiencies, any smithing or tool proficiencies?
That's actually, so what I do have, let me check. So, because, where did I put this? Because of my dwarf stuff and coming from...
Dwarf stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Coming from a family of jewelers, I have stone cutting, and I think I have a jeweler's kit.
Great, jeweler's kit is exactly what you need.
Okay, great.
So you'll roll intelligence plus proficiency.
Intelligence plus proficiency.
In 1 4-hour block of work, on a 15, you'll make 1. On a 20, you'll make 2. And on a 25, you'll make 4.
So it's going to be intellect plus my proficiency?
Intelligence mod plus your proficiency.
My intelligence mod is 5 plus 2. That's 7. You know what? It's a portentous day.
Oh, beautiful.
So I'm going to use one of those 18s because that puts me at 25.
Incredible. So the way this is going to work is you have to, you can take, so here's the question about how sneaky you want to be. Do you want to use Penteveral gem resources if you're doing this at the Penteveral to make these spell slates? Do you want to rob the school?
I still have all of the other gems.
Great.
So I put 5 gems in the school cache and I made the paper trail for that.
Perfect.
So I'll take 3 gems from our combined
Great.
stash.
And remember, it's 1 gem per spell level. So if you're just doing a shield spell, 1 gem gets it done. If you're doing a 2nd level spell, it takes 2 gems, right?
Okay.
So wait, that gives me 3 glyphs? 3
actually, on a 25, you 18 plus 7 is 25.
Yeah.
You can make 4 spell glyphs today. And so but you also need the spell slots for them all. So you need gems and a spell slot, and that's all you need.
Gems and a spell slot. I mean, I could make 4 shield.
Yeah.
But you have the spell slots for it, right?
I have the spell. Yeah, I haven't cast any spells today.
I'm real squishy.
And they have to be abjuration gems, right?
Yes, they have to be juror's gems. That's correct. Which I believe you have 4 of.
Yeah. Let me see. What did I get rid of? I was kind of thinning them out a little at a time.
3. I see.
That's the juror's gem.
I see 3 juror's gems.
I might have
on this list.
I might have.
I think we only had maybe.
I might have gotten rid of
If the
one.
plan was to make shield, I'll allow you to retcon that.
To
Just
retcon?
because I'm okay with that.
Do you want it, or I could do 3 shield gems and something else, but it's also got to be a spell that I have, correct?
Yes.
I think we can blow through shields, even if you, I don't know, can you take one from the stash at the school?
Yeah, well, I'll just switch it out, like
Okay.
he said.
Great.
4 shields, unless does anybody have any other requests, like a see invisibility, like a detect magic? Are the others?
See invisibility seems like a good idea. Detect magic seems a little overcooked because everything. I mean, like
everything's gonna ping.
It's gonna be a bunch of rich people.
And there's gonna be people there
disaster.
Probably already utilizing that.
So do we want to do 4 shield spells or 3 shield spells and a see invisibility?
I think 3 and a see invisibility might be a good idea.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'll
so
do that.
One of us will be the eyes, and then
At
3
this
people
gala,
get
because
some
I'm
extra.
assuming this is at the gala.
Killer. So that will take 3 jurors' gem and 2 of the viner's gems, and
Yes,
that'll be you
second
done.
level.
Because it's
Second
second level.
Okay.
Right? So Murray, that day you are fucking back like you were when you were a young girl working in your family's gem mine, just grinding down gems into spell ink, going into the tablets, casting the magic into it. It is a day of hard, practical, magical work, all of which you see in your mind as strands of fate and destiny coalesce.
I've got my bagpipe jam that I put into my necklace, so I'm just like rocking out to my bagpipe jam as I'm working it. Wiping sweat.
Sweet Appalachian bagpipe jams. I love it.
Sounds like home.
Incredible. Hal, what do we get for professional
Brennan, it's a
today?
27.
27!
How are you doing this?
I rolled 19. and
God damn!
my professional is persuasion. I'm not performing.
Yeah.
I am managing.
So wait, are you adding?
Incredible.
I've been adding my
Your ability
my
modifier.
proficiency.
2.
Yeah, so is Hal. Hal's adding his proficiency.
Proficiency.
No,
number.
not at all then. Then it's way less. No.
No. Your proficiency and your persuasion includes proficiency for Hal. Oh. Right? You're adding your persuasion. That's proficiency and charisma.
Proficiency plus proficiency.
Yes.
Oh, well, then I've been going way under.
You have.
Because I've only been adding my proficiency bonus.
Oh, no.
Your
It should be
ability
your
modifier.
ability mod as well.
And so I would be also adding my intellect.
Yes.
As well. Okay, so then it would have been like 23 for today. But I'm doing great.
Great.
It's fine.
Perfect. Hal, you add another reroll to opening night.
Another reroll.
You have 2 now.
Times 2. I would say that I will use this day to go into further into producer mode, and again, rather than taxing Elodie Divine, I go to the merchant that I already know because of Elodie Divine, where I buy food barely above cost for my company of 80-something people, and I take all good with me, and we go and turn that gold over into provisions, which includes lots of things like dried venison, huge sacks of almonds, of course, dry goods, and then I task Olgood and a few of the other company members to, with a pair of wagons, to slowly go to an address worked out with Oris.
Hell yeah.
On the outskirts of everything.
Unbelievable.
Can I
Yes.
have a request? I wanted to add something since I did so well professionally today.
Yes.
I asked about when that investigation was because I want to do something with that.
Okay.
We have this signet ring from Taconis.
Yeah.
And I want to slip it into the evidence of what was discovered in that investigation.
For the Lady Cormorant.
Yes.
Incredible. Go ahead and give me either deception or sleight of hand if
You said jurors'
And with that
gems.
high professional, you can do so with advantage.
Great.
You said jurors' gems
yes.
for the copy. I'm doing a little maintenance here.
So proud of hers.
Feel free to tell me no. This is intentional. May I guidance myself in
Yes,
this?
you may.
Okay.
Yes, please do.
I'll take that 4.
Woo!
And okay. So 17 on the die. This is deception.
Plus 4, 21.
21. Where are you? 27.
Yes.
On a 27, on a 27, towards the end of that day of work, Bolaire, you get a message. The Cormorant would love to attend this gala and ask if any of the Taconis are expected to attend.
Are the Taconis expected to attend? I imagine they are.
Some invitations went out, but you haven't gotten anything back.
I'm happy to say I have no idea, but there are prepared for them, but they're neither expected or not expected.
Incredible. That night.
I had just a minorest addendum. I meant to get to it. The other thing I do with my own money, I buy a shit ton of sandwiches, and I bring them to the Hallowed Round, and with Shadi, I'll lay them out for the entire company, because there's nothing actors like more than free sandwiches.
People are psyched.
Crafty.
They know this.
Crafty.
They know this. The actors, they're digging into it. Everyone's like forget off book. You see people are like having fun with it. They're making like exciting choices. They're rediscovering stuff in the moment. Something about the ring of those pariah blades keeps coming out. And you can see that like at the end of those sandwiches, you look out and feel the camaraderie, this moment coming together. At the end of that, Olgood comes back from delivering the food to the barracks as people are finishing up the sandwiches. Really good, tasty sandwiches and light, so we can be up on our feet. You don't want to do a heavy meal middle of the day. No. Olgood comes out and he comes back and says, "Hey, as your business partner, I got news for everybody here. It's news about opening night. Folks, we just sold out." He says, "I don't know what happened, but all the tickets flew out today. He says, we got fences out back, so we're not going to stop the barking cruise. You know, we want people up against the links. But all the seats are spoken for as of today."
Oh my God! I grab a fiddle out of somebody's hands and I just start fiddling the fuck away.
You guys laughing, playing, everyone's ecstatic. That night, it's the night before the gala. You meet up, and Murray, you come with the sweat of your brow and 4 finished spell tablets.
Okay. Who's gonna be our eyes? I've got to see invisibility here for anybody who wants a little bit of extra visibility at the gala. Bolaire, I feel like you were gonna be glad-handing.
Traditionally, I'm actually not. I don't actually normally glad-hand at these. I tend to sit up and observe, but I will be running around for this one. Although, again, it's a masquerade. No one's going to know who I am.
I mean, I feel like our...
I have to glad-hand.
Huh?
I have
You'll be
to
glad-handing.
I will be observing, but it turns out I have learned my own way of doing that.
I'll take it if no one else will.
Because I can also do it in a pinch. So Bolaire or...
I'll take it.
You're going to be eyes in the sky?
Well, I actually have a plan, but I will be running around and I will decide who I speak to and who I do not.
I give you the see invisibility glyph, and I will give the rest of us a shield.
I feel pretty good about that.
Great.
Everybody go ahead and just mark a shield glyph down in your inventory.
To activate these glyphs, it takes a bonus?
It takes the same action that casting the spell does.
Got it. Okay.
All right.
So I gotta see invisibility.
So for these shield glyphs, it's a reaction.
It's a reaction.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
And see invisibility is an action.
Friends, you better be thinking about your look for the gala. 'Cause I want to hear it.
What?
Thinking about your look for the gala.
I only have one look.
No.
No.
This is your last night before the gala. Is there any clandestine magpie business you guys want to get up to on this last night before?
I want to know about the paint.
I want to know
about those paints.
I want to know about those paints, and if those paints have been tampered with, I want to talk to I want to just...
Oh, wait, no, I just added a shield to my inventory. You know what, it's fine. I'll know what it is.
I know this too.
It's in there. I'll remember.
Yeah. I want to talk to a crow keeper. If the paint's been fucked with, then I want to interrogate a crow keeper.
You are a crow keeper.
I know.
Aha.
I don't
Oh, yeah.
think the paint's been fucked with. I think this was the plan.
I want to talk to a crowkeeper. Yeah, me too.
He's screaming at you.
Do you guys want to head out to the address you have then?
Yes,
please.
Okay.
Let's fucking go.
Taking off from the 7 stars. Let me just make sure one thing here. Okay. Good. Taking off from this is correct. Good. My timeline is correct. Managing 3 various tables and just making sure that all the timelines line up.
Okay.
You see okay, copy that. Heading out from the 7 stars, your normal meeting place, you aware that Varen has his money, that Oris has the food stocks in play. Elodie just signed over 300 gold pieces to you. You have your spell glyphs. Everything is moving along. You know that this effort, whatever you're calling this organization with its little magpie symbol, you are at the moment where a small handful of kindling has just started to spark and light. You don't have gold for this to last even more than a week, but it has started. And things that are the hardest step is for a thing to begin to move. And as it moves forward, you head off into the Tanners. You arrive at 17 Hanadrash Lane. Tanners is so named for the leather workers that have historically always been here, and that, the macerating of dead flesh is an extremely noxious business. So this neighborhood smells of leatherworking and industrial waste that sort of oozes off the side of the mountain into the far eastern edge of Lake Nahami. Lake Nahami is incredibly beautiful, but the fast, clean waters of the River Vrosh do land in that lake and then absorb all of the waste that runs out of the city. So what is bright, frothing mountain rapid water eventually enters the deep, murky green of Lake Nahami, and then the Tanners perched on the edge. Walking in this neighborhood, not only is this the place where Azune, you came to find Thimble's body way back on the day of...
This is where it was.
This is where it was. This is the same neighborhood. You also see perhaps one of the strangest elements of the Tanners is the family that chose to build their manor here, because up on the cliff is Obramis Manor, the home of the Taconis. You avoid the dimly lit, tall, arching Gothic windows of that manor house. Even absent any present family members, the windows of that place seem like eyes gazing out menacingly over this discarded footnote of the city. Moving through the Tanners, you arrive at Hanadrash Lane. This lane is a small couple of blocks. This neighborhood is one of the older ones in the city. It is not built for ease of travel, so there are a lot of lanes. Hanadrash would be something that no one would know where that was unless you'd grown up in the city. It's 4 blocks that curl around in a forgotten maze-like corner of this neighborhood. And arriving there, you look and see where 17 Hanadrash Lane should be, because you see 15 and you see 19, and there's just blank wall, and there is a bricked up doorway.
Blank wall, bricked up doorway.
I want to look around.
Who'd be willing to bet that there's a secret door somewhere?
Mm-hmm.
What else is around here? I know there's a wall with a bricked up doorway. Are there gutters? Are there... If a cart had been put outside, where could it be visible from?
You look up. We've established that you're someone with a book of architecture in your home. Looking up at the wall, you see that there are flat white granite lintel covers, which makes you think that this wall is not the wall of a structure, but the wall of a courtyard.
Okay. And is there, maybe you said and I missed, is there anything like across the road from this, or are we in view of multiple vantage points?
Across the road from you see there's a very small window with that diamond lattice, thick, sort of almost opaque glass, and a small doorway. You do see outside that door, the one that faces this blank wall, there is a small kind of wet and already disintegrating paper bag with a small burned out candle in it from someone who celebrated Candle Feast yesterday.
Okay. I'm going to go examine that little area. If someone was sitting there, I want to see who lives next door, who across the street from this.
Give me an investigation check.
All right.
While he's doing that, I'm remembering the safe house that I found Thimble in, and that there was a kind of secret trigger. I'm going to start to look around here to see if there's something like that.
Give me investigation.
Okay.
15.
What do we get on this?
I got a 6.
6. Place is sealed up tight.
Yeah.
On a 15 investigation,
have to work out.
You look at the door and see that hanging from the doorway here is a small braided cord on the latch that you recognize as a tool that halflings and gnomes often use when they are living in a place that is built for larger folk. So it's like a sort of assistive aid for them to get into and out of where they are walking. So there's a halfling living in here with a small little candle feast thing, which is, it's not unheard of for there to be halflings as part of the creed, but it's certainly not common. And on a 15, you smell, coming from under the door, incense.
The lights are off. There's no candles in the house. There's no
lights are off. Give me a history check if you'd be so kind.
Don't be a dick. Yay. This is 16, 17, 18, 19, 22.
You recognize the smell of this incense immediately. They burn this incense in See No Evil. In Pottersfield, the tavern where you traveled to meet Aabria Strime, far earlier in this campaign, a secret tavern where warlocks and demons and other creatures travel.
And how fresh is this stale incense, or does
active, burning right now?
Okay.
Do we let them know, or?
Let them know what? That we're here?
Yeah, so do we just barge in?
Maybe we can sneak in.
I think a little sneaky is in order.
I plant a hand on Azune's shoulder and Bolaire's shoulder, flanking Murray. Let's get up to some mischief, magpies. And the word magpies reverberates in the back of your mind. I cast aid each of you three, not me, you three. Gain that additional 5 hit points and maximum up 5.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Max HP modifier.
Protect the green bean bard, please.
Yes.
How big is this building, would you say?
This is like an extremely small...
Okay.
This looks like
some kind of retrofitted workshop or something else that's like tucked into this larger squat building across the street. You think this building is no more than 15 feet wide and probably goes deeper into the block, almost like those old tenement railroad apartment kind of places.
And it probably has something below, is my guess.
Yes.
I would like to just give a little bit of a disclosure that I spent a lot of energy building these glyphs today, so I'm a little low on my slots, a little low on gas. So I'm just letting y'all know that as we go into this. I don't think it's going to be a problem. I don't think it's going to be a problem.
Okay. Just hang back. What do you guys want to do?
I'm happy to knock on the door, or do we want to sneak in?
Sneak in?
There's no window? There is a window. It's just opaque. It's like thick, old, amber, runny glass.
Of course. Well, better safe than sorry. I'm going to detect thoughts again.
You cast Detect Thoughts, and I believe that detects surface thoughts regardless of saving throw, correct?
Yes, and it also will tell me how many conscious creatures are conscious creatures that know languages or are telepathic. I don't have to read, but I will know how many are within 30 feet unless they're blocked by a foot of stone, dirt, or wood, or 1 inch of metal or a thin sheet of lead. And then I have to be able to see them to get more than there are people.
Directly on the other side of the amber glass is a creature who directly on the side of the glass is a creature who immediately becomes aware that you are aware of it because it's casting the exact same spell that you are. You are suddenly dancing on the edge of the mind of a creature dancing on the edge of your mind through the glass that you should be able to see but can't. It is so close that but for this sheet of glass, you could reach out and touch each other. And all of you watch as from nothing, a paper pale, anemic and sort of sallow-looking halfling just is standing, looking out of the very bottom of the window. And in your mind, Bolaire, as you cast Detect Thoughts on each other, you hear, "Belated Happy Candle Feast."
Well.
Belated to you as well.
Should I set out some chairs? You recognize this face. You've seen this guy at See No Evil before. I don't know that you would know his name or not, but you recognize his face.
I think that would be lovely.
Yep. There goes sneaky, sneaky. Let's go.
He opens the door, and you see there is a very small table with a halfling-sized chair, and he pulls a kind of human-sized kitchen table over it, and gestures to some larger chairs that are lined up against the wall. It smells amazing in here. Rich incense and deep floral arrangements. It smells so good that it starts to set you on edge because there's only one reason to put this many good smelling things somewhere. And you wonder what you're not able to smell in this place.
I imagine I'm at this point getting the cursory read thoughts from him. I just want to see if there's any general ill intent, fear, or otherwise. Nothing. Again, I'm not going deep. I'm getting a.
No, you see that he looks at you and says, "In your mind, would you like to mutually disarm?"
Certainly. I just want to make sure that you have an opportunity to see that we would much prefer for this to not end in violence, and I just wanted to make sure that you felt the same.
You feel an earnest sense of the same. And a sense that you sense a feeling in his mind of a disruption in a routine that, while surprising, is not unsurprising, in that
he is a guard. He watches that wall. And so this was expected while unexpected.
Oh, well, that's lovely then. And I'm just making sure I don't. Oh, and is there anyone else here, or is it just us?
Just us in this building. I have friends across the way.
Excellent. I would hope so.
Insight check?
Give me an insight check.
It's 16.
It seems truthful. He sits in a smaller halfling-sized chair, and as he sits, he leans backward. And coming to a rest, he looks up, and his eyes get brighter as his body starts to vanish. And he closes his eyes and is gone. And then comes back and says, "Apologies, I can't quite stop that. Let me, And you see he takes out a small tapping, like a small gauntlet that looks like a fidget where it has like little snapping metal bands in it. And he keeps himself moving as you get the sensation that if he remains still, he cannot stop himself from being cloaked in shadow and disappearing.
Interesting. Full on invisible or disappearing into
darkness?
Darkness. Okay.
Did you learn that, or is that inevitable? It was so interesting.
Never look a gift invocation in the mouth.
Truer words.
I'm happy to meet you all. Have you come seeking knife and it says knife and palette pigments?
Actually, while we are very interested in your business, we were hoping to gather some information about a friend of ours who commissioned a special order some time ago. I know that's unusual, but we were hoping you would make an exception for a bit of a conversation.
I am, as ever, open to conversation, but I understand you are not here pursuing a contract. You are not in the business of buying paints.
Not yet.
Yeah, not yet. We might be interested.
Lovely. Well, what might I elucidate for you?
I can continue and listen.
And how rude. I am Hollis.
Hollis. Nice to meet you.
Hollis Kinnywater. I am...
Killywater?
Kinnywater.
Kinnywater.
It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I know I've seen you around before.
We do frequent some of the same establishments, yes.
Much to my chagrin. We had a friend who commissioned some pigments 6 weeks ago, 7 weeks ago?
5 or 6.
Specifically, magical pigment. They brought over something to be mixed into a paint. It was a white paint, if I recall, with a very complicated magical build. It seems like very little, but it's just a surface read of it. It is actually quite a complex, complex spell underneath it. Cards on the table, since they would have had it.
It says, I'm not acquainted with all of the workings of my mistress's endeavors. However, it doesn't sound unlikely, the situation you're proposing. We have been very busy these past several weeks. He looks over at you and says, forgive the look of recognition, but do I speak to an honored member of the Fang family now?
I was wondering if you'd make that connection.
Well, our dear beloved ones do leave a mess when they depart, don't they? I understand now that I look at the bereaved who must be here picking up pieces. My condolences, truly. My mistress is a very private woman.
Might I understand that you are seeking more than simply confirmation that we worked with your late brother? You are seeking to understand, perhaps, some elements of what that work entailed.
Well, I think when we lose loved ones, we often find hanging threads. And I am just trying to know my brother better.
You're correct. To speak plainly. But you already knew that, didn't you?
How did you come to find this place, if I might ask? Not even the pixie knew that we were here.
Well, you see those hanging threads if you just give them a little tug.
Yeah.
They're also a delightful mix of clever and desperate.
Dangerous combination. It seems that those great powers moving upon the face of Ahriman have made the desperate clever and have made the clever desperate. Well.
Prefer the latter, but Lord.
I would be more than happy to make introductions, but my mistress will be very cross with me if I do not give her ample warning. Information, as ever, is a valuable currency, and my mistress does not exactly truck in gold.
What might she be interested in?
He looks around and says, the Mercanauds came by, see no evil, the other night, in search of a lion man.
Oh, yes, that's right. How are they?
Terrible.
Excellent.
I think they've failed miserably. What I don't know if you saw the withered Luminara outside my establishment here. It's important to keep up appearances, you know. My mistress is not from around here, and she is ever fascinated by elements of faith. She does not truck in gold, but perhaps in introductions, yes.
By introductions, do you mean alliances?
Well, that's her business, not mine.
I sell introductions. They are one of my favorite commodities.
I've heard that a very important young lord has gone missing recently. Rumor sounds like more than one. But the one that I'm thinking of is scion of the House of Halevar. Do you know whom I speak? I believe he played some role in the coming of your theater, no?
It's pretty public, yeah.
Well, those Halavars do like to stand on balconies and promontories and various lecterns and let their faces be seen by the wide, wide world. I think my mistress would be very keen to tell you everything you might want to know for a very special introduction like that one.
That would be a bit complicated at the moment, since the whereabouts...
The aforementioned missing aspect of what you're requesting.
Missing is quite missing, sadly.
He nods. Well, she will certainly grant an audience.
How does he know that? Yeah, how does he know that? Is he in communication with her right now?
Give me an insight check with advantage.
Is the mistress with us in the room right now?
Yeah.
That's right.
That would be well.
Insight with advantage. It's not super great, but that's okay. It's 12.
12. Hard to read this little creep.
And are you the broker, or are you merely a herald?
I'm just a humble doorman. But I will pass along your desire to meet with her. And she's indisposed at the moment, but as soon as she becomes available, I'll reach out, and maybe you can come by and get a tour of our workshop.
My last question, a question before we go that you might be able to answer is, what is the likelihood of something, of a commission getting tampered with? Considering that, from what I understand, ingredients are occasionally left outside so that they may not know the proper entrance to this establishment. Has it ever happened before? And if it had, who would be responsible?
Would be quite impossible to tamper with the mistress's goods. Although I suppose it's a matter of semantics. Some might say that all my mistress has ever done is tamper. Mr. Fang, if I may recuse myself from my professional duties and obligations to knife and palette pigments and speak as a matter of personal favor.
All yours.
It was never supposed to come to you in the manner that it did, this gift. It is my belief, having heard it directly from his mouth, that he wished to give it to you himself. He simply ran out of time.
Thank you for your frank kindness.
I shall endeavor to place you on her schedule at her nearest convenience. But of course, spots do open up from time to time, and for all sorts of reasons.
Well, for this, I will happily interrupt many of my duties over the next few hours, and there is a gala coming up, so that is always on the table to be discussed as proper payment for services rendered, if one does desire introductions.
Oh, my mistress is in no condition to attend a gala.
Oh, shame. It's going to be a banger.
Processing what he just said to Hal, it almost like replays in my mind as I'm watching him. I'd like to insight check. Yeah, go for that moment. Mm-hmm. I'm going to use a luck point. Yeah.
I also have luck points. Always, I don't know.
16. On a 16, there's something funny about this creepy little guy. Definitely. There's no way he's embroiled you in his machinations. What, he was going to wait here in the Tanners until you guys stumbled by in the middle of the night while he, he's here doing something that he's supposed to be doing. You sense a degree of earnestness in the response. And something foul is going on here, but you also don't know that foul means bad. Or that foul means wrong here. Yeah. Not all of that is my business.
Mm-hmm. Well, I know that he comes from bad people, and we've already discussed bad people. Yes. Very, very bad people.
The big question is, I'm curious. She wants to meet Wikander.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder what her allegiances are. It doesn't feel like their allegiances to Halabar are that strong at all, if he's talking about keeping up appearances. Do I get? Can I do while all this is happening? Murray's been pretty quiet. Like kind of just like scanning the room and seeing if anything jumps out at me. Anything that feels like a point of interest. I know I'm not being specific on what I'm looking for, but like I don't know anything that even just like.
Give me investigation or an Arcana check, whichever you prefer.
Really eyeball that glove too.
Fidget spinner?
It makes a very pleasant little noise every time he taps his thumb.
I'm assuming
I want one.
investigation versus Arcana will give me different answers theoretically.
They'll give you slightly different answers. Yeah.
I actually would love to hit Arcana about the glove or about his condition.
Okay.
Do that on the outside, though. I don't need it now.
I'm gonna do investigation. It's a little bit lower, but that's kind of what I'm looking for here. Ugh. Gross. 11. You know what? No, I have to say ahead of time if I'm gonna use a luck point. 11.
Do you have a row of inspiration still? Because that will give you a reroll. And I think I gave it to you this time.
You did. I used it at the top for my profession day.
I'll allow you to use a luck for a reroll here if I'm feeling kind.
You're feeling nice?
I'm
Okay,
feeling nice.
Something about that gives me the heebie-jeebies. Oh my god. Well, I guess that's good karma. 12. I rolled a 6 and then a 7, so 12 on investigation.
You look and see sort of like a humble little apartment. There doesn't seem to be anything. It's sort of so humble that it's disconcerting. Little cans of there's like canned fish up here over a sink, some small cookware. It's like a lot of arrangements of dark red roses and flowers. There's incense burning. A lot of the tapestries is a big healthy carpet that's soaked up a lot of the incense smell over time. A little bit soporific.
Okay.
He looks and says, and you wanted to make an Arcana or no?
Yeah, just because this is interesting, and I want to figure out if it's him, if it's the glove, if there's anything going on there, because this is fascinating. That's a 18.
18. The glove appears to be non-magical. It's just keeps him moving so he doesn't start to disappear.
God. So it's almost a natural reaction. It's not even magic at that point.
It looks like he has a heightened version of an invocation that you're familiar with, which is to be one with the shadows, but he wanted one that didn't require active effort.
Phenomenal.
So if he's totally still, he's invisible. But if he wants to be present to talk to someone, he has to
be in motion.
And the fidget of the glove helps him keep it going.
Mm-hmm.
Fascinating.
That's fucking awesome.
I want his hand.
How clever.
I want your hand. Who's the freak here now? This guy wants my hand.
Do you have any idea, before we leave, how long your mistress is going to be indisposed? Is she away on holiday?
She's made a pilgrimage for Candle's Feast.
Oh, fantastic.
You see, he says,
bloody holiday.
Her intention was to return this coming priest's day.
How many days away from us is that?
The day after opening night.
Okay.
So
we need a little day of the week calendar.
I know.
You don't have any information about what that paint might have done, or what sort of effect it is supposed to have. I can imagine that's very unlikely.
Yes, and Hollis. You've been very forthright. I appreciate it. As a brother, seeking answers or clarity about a lost loved one, I beseech you, is there anything you can tell me about my brother's business here?
Give me a persuasion check. And this, I think, give me a persuasion check.
I wish I could help you some way, but I
This
can't.
is phenomenal.
Good, but I
don't have
Looks like it's real high.
sense.
It's a 19.
Okay, that's good.
He... Dark and dismal,
were the places of this world that your brother tread. Well, you know it. Fearsome things did he see. I am not at liberty to share my mistress's business, which was the business of your late brother. On this matter were their interests aligned. My mistress, your brother, and those your brother worked with. Know this. Though I cannot share what is not mine to share, none of us have sought to put you or the people of this city in harm's way. We have ruined something, and the thing we have ruined deserved it. That is all that is given leave to me to say. But what you fear is ill-placed in this regard. Just know that if he were here, he would tell you all. He has friends left, aside from my mistress, Mr. Fang. There are other places to look for answers that are not sworn to such secrecy as I. If you have not the patience to wait until the priest's day comes.
He turns from you, and on that 18, looks out and says, "But you did travel all this way." And he puts a thumb on his mouth and says, "Saw the soldiers from the Brethren Hall out clearing the cliffs of falcons' nests the other day. Curiosity, that. I wonder why. Goodness knows there's enough pigeons in the city. Can't imagine the falcons were doing anyone any harm." And you see that he gestures towards the door.
Thjazi had a falcon with him.
Yes.
Good evening.
Good evening.
When next we meet, I'll have you a drink.
I look forward to it.
Cheers.
The hospitality was appreciated.
What?
Mm-hmm. I'm ready to leave.
Yeah, let's go.
That smell is divine.
You guys head out?
Yes.
With an invitation to come back in several days' time.
Yeah.
Nominal.
Mm-hmm.
As we
So
leave,
that's a lead, and the Falcon's Nest's a lead.
the falcon's nest has been cleared for days.
Interesting.
Because I noticed it immediately.
Yeah, I remember this happened, right? This happened in game. I remember.
This happened in game. The falcons had been cleared, and I immediately assumed that it was just another
Like a
knife.
Yeah, like a symbolic
Yes.
gesture, right?
And I didn't call much attention. I was afraid I was being watched, but I had always had this gut instinct that there must be some evidence there, which I doubt is still there. I didn't know that he had this falcon companion. And now I'm thinking that that's a loose end that they maybe were searching for.
100%.
Well, what happens to the falcons when they're cleared? Where did they go?
Yeah, where do they go? Do you know, Azune, if they killed the falcons or relocated them? There is the other element that we were rolling around in our heads, that maybe there was a falcon that was a shapeshifter, that maybe they were looking for somebody.
I'll take a look. tomorrow morning when I go to Falcon's Rest and see if I see any leftover evidence, but I assumed that they just killed them. But I was... It was the day after the execution. I don't think I had my head on right.
Well, a lot's been happening. Can't catch everything.
Look to the sky at the end.
Just like your brother.
That's what I mean. I mean, in the last moments.
Oh, you mean your brother?
Yes. So many secrets.
And we're sure that we've researched and done as much digging as we can in Thjazi's abode. That there's nothing left there. I mean, his house was tossed by the Crow Keepers.
Marie, I think it's possible, too, that Thimble would know of other places other than his main dwelling place that he might have had hidden around the city.
Thimble's not here! Okay. So we know that that's the same shit that was going on at See No Evil. See No Evil is also where Tayor almost got his shadow chopped up and ripped from his body, correct?
See No Evil is a tailor? No.
No, it's a
bar. It's a demon bar.
It's a demon bar. Did we go there?
I don't think we did.
Okay.
This is me talking.
I'm a semi-regular, if I recall.
Got it.
So we know that it's a demon bar. We know that the Halavars have
sort of their turf in a way.
Right, and they have their like what's the word I'm looking for? What tyranny is to Wick?
Aspirant.
An aspirant. So they have their aspirants. So this is clearly some Halavar shit that's happening.
It's a good place to get something done where no one's really going to pay attention professionally.
They've also...
We know that, like, also he's burning a fuck ton of incense, probably to conceal the smell of blood and decay.
Yes.
Brimstone.
Just like what we... Sure.
There's a lot of things.
Do we go back and do a little...
Little pally stuff?
Huh?
No, it's too early. Is it too early to smell, sense, paladin sensey?
I can't.
Yeah.
I can detect magic, but I cannot.
I'm wondering if we go and take a closer look at the paints and do a little.
Divine senses. No. I think we should do the paints. I think we need to taste the paint.
I feel like we need to drink paint. Do we go huff and drink paint?
Time for paint huffing has upon us.
I'm gonna go on a limb in a way, of course, as we're walking. I think we got a few answers for sure. That Thjazi, whatever happened here with the paints, it was all according to his plan.
100%.
And so there was no tampering.
No, there was
It was
no
exactly what he
was as
wanted.
planned.
The one thing that he didn't get was he didn't get to hand it to you, apparently.
And explain it.
Mm-hmm. But all of this was according to ruined.
100%.
They ruined something that deserved to be ruined.
Maybe whatever this ritual was that was going down, we have confirmation that a ritual was attempting to be put in place. We know. So here's my grand theory. A little bit going on. Here's what I'm working with after a little bit of this.
Or in?
We're in. Okay. We're in at this point. What is uncertain to me is how in the know Thjazi was of this grand plan versus how much he may have gotten himself into, if he got himself into a sticky situation and started realizing it as it was playing out and then tried to pivot. So it's clear from what we know with Halavar and Taconis being frenemies, what we know is that there was a ritual attempt that happened at House Davinos that failed, that Octus was involved in. We know that,
trying to get it. Okay.
Yeah.
We know that Thjazi had beef with the Taconuses. He was clearly confronted by the Taconus guards. This was after, so he put all of this in motion with the paints that are clearly made for some sort of ritual, and then he went to go get that Stone of Night Song. Was he instructed or hired to go get the Stone of Night Song, or did he start to realize what the larger machinations were of this grand plan, and then he went off to go get the Stone of Night Song before House Taconus could find it in an effort to try and thwart whatever this plan was?
So that this was all efforts for him to undo what he then learned he was a part of in setting in motion.
Right, maybe unintentionally, maybe he got himself into a little bit of shit. That is giving a lot of grace, right? That's giving a lot of grace to him. I hope it's not the opposite, that maybe he was an instrument in some sort of massive destruction, a grand plan from House Taconus. But we have the Stone of Night Song, which is like anchoring Octus's body to this realm, and he's in between like a realm of death and a realm of life at this moment. We know he was also searching for this casket that we have, this weird box that's got your sister in it.
Apparently.
That is also tied to, it's got a trapped god in it, a dead god in it.
No idea.
And from my vision, we know that they were probably trying to turn Octus into some sort of like angel of death to go.
That was the Stone of Night Song's intent.
Right, to go and like wreak havoc on the Golden Orchard, on this the fairy, on the realm of the Fae.
I just think that
Is Taconus trying to bring back a god? Is Taconus trying to enslave and capture and try and bring back some god? Is like
yes.
an undead god of death that is under the control of Primus Taconus, and was Octus basically meant to be like a proxy? Was he supposed to be like the anchor, like a soul anchor, like a vessel?
Oh no.
That part seems pretty clear.
Yes, but how, the paints, how do they then relate to this? He seems like two separate things. No.
Well, because what we do know from my vision that we had on the candle, that was meant to fast track this ritual. But as we've already learned, there is still a way to go about that.
Yes.
But it's going to be a little bit more long and complicated.
Right.
And we know that the theater is some shit's gonna go down at the theater.
Yes.
That there's something important at the theater. And we know that there's this, the paints are made of blood, as we just saw in some Halavar den of paint and pigment secrecy.
We don't know that the paints are made of blood. I think you're making a big
I can hear
jump
the
on that.
artist doing the red yarn drawings of Murray.
I know, it was, it's getting a little, I think you're going...
You said that about my other theory about all of this with the paints and Thjazi, and I was fucking right.
You were right.
I just want to tell you.
Not about all of it.
I wonder if these are two different. Because look, here's the thing: Thjazi seemed to be intent on thwarting what the Taconus family was attempting to do.
Oh, he had no love for them. He had no love for any of the Sundered Houses.
Yes.
He wouldn't carry water for any of the Sundered Houses.
Yeah, but what?
He seemed to be helping facilitate the transfer of the paints to the Hollowed Round. He didn't leave you a message to say, throw the paints out. He said, the paints are waiting for you.
Literally, apparently, is a last act.
I mean, what if Thjazi knew of what this plan was and was just trying to get there first, just trying to do it first before it ended up in the hands of Primus Taconus?
That does not
also,
sound
I
like
think.
him.
What do you mean? You did not. What do you mean? That does not sound like him. All of you think, especially coming from you, Bolaire, who fucking hated Thjazi.
I hated him, and believe me.
I don't know why you all think that he wouldn't get his hands a little bit dirty in this situation right now.
All ideas welcome here.
Yes.
All ideas welcome here.
The casket.
I don't know how it changes what we do right now.
I don't think it does. I think we need to look.
I want to go lick paint.
You are more than happy to.
Let's go.
The casket, though, that does make sense with that. With that in mind, that is what my sister would be for, is binding a god to a person.
Yeah.
That is...
Also,
that
like,
makes absolute sense.
This is the Taconis house that we were talking about, right? I don't think it's going to be Lord Primus Taconis himself going and knocking on Thjazi's door and being like, yo, you want to team up? Like, he could have some sort of intermediary.
Yes, several.
Several intermediaries that made Thjazi think that he was doing something altruistic.
Sure.
And then as he began to get deeper into this, he realized, oopsies.
Could be.
I got played. Let's go lick paint.
I'm not arguing with you.
No.
But I don't feel
There's reason for both of those houses to be working with each other.
Correct.
I feel like either way we're going to learn a valuable lesson in the next hour or so. So I'm a big fan of let's go see what happens when someone licks paint.
Let's go do that.
Heading to the hallowed round.
Yes.
I think I'm just going to add that Hal is listening to these two especially bickering and trying to mediate, and Hal is just sinking inward and missing his fucking brother and doesn't want to hear any of it. And then we go for a walk.
Yeah.
Let's go for a walk.
Yes.
You go for a walk.
Gonna take a quick little break.
A little bite. Yes, go for it. Yes, do your thing. Murray, go ahead as you get to the hallowed round and see the delightful theater here in the moonlight. You go to the amphora, which still has the paint within it. Tell me what you do.
That is definitely lead paint. You are definitely growing a second belly button.
That's fine. They got spells to fix that.
Magic mouth.
Okay, hang on. Let me look at my shit. Let me make sure that I'm not. I'm shaking right now. This is probably a bad idea.
Well, we'll find out.
Working on my shit.
And again, I'm happy to ingest some if that would make you.
You're not a bioorganic.
Well, I'll
porcelain.
I'll make him do it. I'll just get another. Have you get another bite.
Do you have taste buds?
Yes, of course. Well, I borrow them.
He has taste.
I can borrow them.
Well, this is interesting. Now, fuck it. This is my thing.
Tomorrow's the day of the gala. You guys are heading out. It's probably like about 1 o'clock in the morning. As you get to the hallowed round.
This is gonna be our last.
I am not going to sleep until I see her lick paint.
Great.
All right, I'll go up to one of the amphoras.
Great.
Take my pinky.
Great.
Do a little.
What color do you pick? Cyan, magenta?
Cyan.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a little sniff test and I kind of want to do like an Arcana check, but I want to taste it. What's it? Does it taste like blood?
Give me Arcana.
Do you know what blood tastes like?
Wait a second. Wait,
I don't know why you bothered.
Come here. I stand right in front of you, and I basically just send chi to you, right? This is like actor yoga shit. And I just brush away the bad feelings and touch my hands to your temple. I'm not arguing with you. And that burrows into your brain, and I cast Enhance Ability. And for what are you about to do? You're about to do some investigating. Arcana. Advantage on and intelligence checks.
Hell yeah.
All right.
So you're now at advantage to do it.
You're at the paints. We're about to.
I'm at the paints. I also I have one last portent as well that's sitting in an 18, but he also just gave me advantage on intelligence checks.
What is?
Maybe I should save this in case this goes bad.
Portent replaces rolls.
Right, it replaces rolls.
So you can roll.
So roll 2 dice, and then
do it
if
after.
they both suck, you get a 3rd die.
All right.
I can help too. Is the paint just right in front of us? Are you?
I did a little.
Okay, you did. Okay.
I can help too.
I'm about to. Yeah.
Good luck.
I'm about to do it. Good luck. Fuck off.
Here's what I do. As you're about to do it, I get right in front of you and I put my hand on your chest and I say, I'm learning about how things remember, not just people but things themselves. And what you taught me about the candle was that as we go back and try to remember the thing that was, we start to tap into the memories of those that made it, and along with that memory is the intention, the hope of what this thing was meant to do. I'm gonna cast guidance on you, and you go through a Rolodex of memories that takes you right back to the last time you were looking at this paint and trying to dive into it.
Yes, when I did like my last augury, when I was sitting in here, I'm pulling all of that, so that gives me a D4.
Yes. Let's go. Roll the D4 first.
I'm gonna roll the D4
Plus he
first.
is.
+1.
Okay.
Lame, but that's okay.
Something.
It's something.
more than you
Okay,
had.
so that's gonna add a +10 to this roll with my, because it's an Arcana check, right?
2d20 with a
2d20.
third if you need.
Come on, baby.
Let's go 20.
Come on. Okay, it's a 16 and a 17.
Don't
so that's good.
follow that.
I'll take the 17. I'll leave my portent in case shit goes bad. So that's going to put me at 27.
That's very good.
27 Arcana check.
It tastes like Sour Patch Kids.
Oh, man.
Blue paint, cyan. Mouth. Energy from your companions, your fellow magpies. You peer, remembering the spell that allowed you to detect the underlying act going on here in this place.
Is it whispers?
Is it whispers?
Hey!
What? Wow.
What?
This whisper brought to you by Liam's sense of existential dread.
Oh, no.
Freeze frame.
Yep. It's so...
It's the most "this is fine" face I've seen you make in quite a while.
He's just not even breathing. Oh my god.
Yeah, no, he'll stay that way for hours.
Yeah.
I've seen it happen.
It's like pro level disassociating.
So jelly.
I know. You should give workshops on this.
Oh man.
When do we start to worry?
2027.
When do we start to worry? Too late.
Yeah, no. Worrying is passe.
I was in the 90s. It was great.
And you were there, and you were there. You weren't there.
If you need any further context, you let me know.
I'm shaking.
What?
Okay.
Oh!
Everyone pull up every note you have about the Stone of Light song.
Oh, no, wow, we're going there, are we?
Oh my god. Okay. All right.
I had a whole thing where...
Yeah, you
Hang on. Hold. What did I learn about this fucking... Is... Okay, we can look at it. We can look for it.
Meanwhile...
But the context is...
Context.
All right, you see Murray visibly shaken right now. She gets that white out look across in her eyes as she's, my voice is shaking, as she's like reaching back and everything that Azune just told her in this like flood of memory, and everything is remembering. And so it's like a slideshow just smashes across her vision in her head. This is connected to the Stone of Night song. It's got the same like buzzing frequency that we held that stone. The weight, the gravitational weight.
Oh, I remember.
In as I held it aloft in the pool, the cosmic pool on space-time. It's the same. These paints are the same. Is
it blood?
No. But the blood was a key component. It was rendered from blood. It is no longer blood, but it's like they rendered the paints from blood to create stories, to create dreams, to create figments, to create things that are not real. and it has the same signature of the night song, but almost as if it's the negative of it, like it's the photo negative energy of the Stone of Night Song.
Interesting.
Does any of this make sense? It's no longer blood, but it came from blood.
I mean, I have a theory, but it's just a theory.
Oh.
Interesting. I'm gonna walk over to the painting. Are we in the theater, or are we?
If we're at where the paint. Were we at raw paint? That's where.
Yeah, you were like in the back of the theater.
Then we're not. If we're at the hallowed round, that's all outdoor except for so like an amphitheater is this big wraparound, and built in so here's the stage where my hands are, and from the edges of the stage into sort of the sides of the amphitheater, we have built wooden structures for housing props and costumes and supplies for the theater. So we're in one of those.
Interesting.
I mean, we know that the Stone of Night Song was created by the Elven goddess. It was used in the Shaper's War.
This is a very interesting tool.
It's like, and this is me jumping to conclusions. You can feel free to correct me. It's almost as if they have taken celestial, divine blood that it was rendered from, that is connected to this, some sort of like elven. I mean, we know, of course, that the elves are one of the longest living embodiments of the Shapers, and it's like they took the blood and turned it into endless possibility and like the potential of dreams being turned into reality.
I'm going to. Yeah. It's sitting here. There's several colors.
Yeah.
Is there a wall?
Yeah.
I'm going to dip my fingers in, and I'm just going to paint a little chameleon on the wall with the ink.
Give me a performance check, or give me a calligrapher proficiency check.
Calligrapher proficiency. So that's that would be
Come on, art boy.
See what happens. 22.
A lovely, swiftly drawn image of a chameleon appears on the wall, and it rests there. Nothing happens. You know, the theater is covered with many of these beautiful murals everywhere. There's a tremendous potency and power. Anyone who wants to give me a religion check, if you'd be so kind.
It's okay, I'll do it.
23.
23?
Nine for me.
12.
12. The oldest of your number, and probably the one most closely associated with religion, you, as Murray begins to state, like, this has an energy signature like the Stone of Night Song, but opposite. You think about Hollis's words where he said, "We ruin something that deserved to be ruined." Something about blood comes back to you on that 22 religion check. The coffin of Olbalad that was the sister of Mist, halfling celestial with crossing the veil. Stone of Night Song, crossing the veil. Taconis's, crossing the veil. You were built by halflings on a 22 religion check. What are the other Shapers' means of crossing the veil? And I think on a 22 religion check, there is something about a river there was something that you recall seeing in the museum about a river. Like, maybe you saw it when you were in the Celadine wing talking to Makmaz. And the name comes back to you. And the name that comes back to you is... Hold on 1 second. Gavzidra.
Gavzidra
is a name that comes back to you from the Celadine wing.
Gavzidra. Gavzidra.
Let's see if I have it in any of my notes. Not popping up in my notes. Interesting. I have thoughts. And honestly, I could... There's a realm where this is good. There's a realm where this is not.
Hal picks up a porcelain mask off of a box and hucks it as hard as he fucking can against a wooden wall, and it shatters and sprays little bits of jagged porcelain, cutting his cheek, and he just strides out of the room, out into the dark in the middle of the round.
I'm gonna run, look at a book. I'll be back. I'll see you in the morning, unless you want to come rifle through the museum and not sleep.
We've got a gala tomorrow.
Mm.
I gotta figure out what I'm gonna wear. I haven't done laundry in like 3 weeks.
I've already got a mask for you. You'll be fine. And just in case, I'm gonna dip a little bit more paint, and I'm going to paint myself on the wall. Just the mask. You two keep an eye on everything.
You head out?
I gotta find out.
Azune. Fuck.
Wherever he is, I follow. How?
He's right out in the open, in the dark, listening to the sound of the massive tree at the rear of the stage blowing in the night wind. He's just standing there, arms at his side, staring at him.
I just walk up right next to you. I watch you.
Why didn't he tell me anything? Why did he wait until the city was falling? I don't understand. I'm unprepared. I work in the fucking theater. And you hear that echo through the arena. Maybe I could have done something if he had let me in, if he had pulled me in and explained things. He didn't have to protect me. I am his family.
I'm sorry, I don't know what to say. I wish I could tell you that maybe he intended to, but there's no way to know.
All his life. All his life alone, he did everything alone. And now all of us are left to pick up the pieces. Because not any one of us had the full picture. And now we're all fucked.
It's the trouble with living as deceitful persons. You assume your lies die with you, but they don't. They move themselves in on everyone around you.
Ooh, I give you a withering gaze.
I have done my best to hold my tongue about my feelings about your brother. But this, the part of him that he hid from you, this is almost kind for him.
You don't have a tongue, and you have hid everything from me.
Only under threat of him.
Maybe Murray's right about everything. I don't know.
No.
You don't know. She doesn't know.
None of us
She
know.
might be.
So what now?
I'm not there. I'm still in the theater, just like I can hear the echoes of the argument.
You would
in
hear
the other
like
room.
70% of this because
That's-
we're in an open air Coliseum style stage area, and you're about from where we were. You're probably like 80 or 100 feet away with an open doorway.
I've kind of made my way closer to there, but I'm not intruding in this conversation. I'm just kind of listening.
How?
In the other room.
Whatever it is that he set in motion or was a part of setting in motion, this is the place for it. Why here? And I'm now looking at that tree. What is the story again? About this place and about that tree?
That tree is the Rangyani. That tree is our people. It is the eternal. The gods are gone, the Rangyani persist. I hope he hid enough clues for us to find on our scavenger hunt because we have 350 swords. Family, an entire theater troupe, a city full of people.
Hal, take me to the tree.
Just stride toward it. My hand along the needles of the lowest branches.
How old is this tree?
As old as history.
I'm looking at this tree, and I'm tapping into the image of the dragon.
Yeah.
With trees growing out.
From Temelo's card, yeah.
Yes. Is there any connection to those trees that I saw in this one that is standing in front of me?
Give me a Arcana check.
Okay. I'm going to use my heroic inspiration and reroll that. Okay. 17.
You look at the tree and feel a sense of exhaustion wash over you. This is a place that was sacred to a god that was profane, to a people that maintained traditions that were sacred in the face of this and tried to find meaning in the dances they did for a being that lorded over them. And how do you continue to find meaning when the situation is as dire as this, but don't you still have to dance, and don't you still have to find a way to be there for your family? And is this paint, or is it blood, or is it a dream? And how do we make it mean something when it started as something so very bad? And you are all on a knife's edge, exhausted, pushed to the breaking point. And I think, Hal, you look at murals that were designed by your daughter weeks and weeks and weeks ago. You were always going to need to have to decorate. You were always going to have to put all this together. What a thoughtful gift from your brother, to have taken this one thing off your plate and to have hidden from you where it came from, how significant it might be. Your life's work tampered with by a brother who always had a great idea for what other people should be doing. He didn't give you the full picture. And last night,
you all decided it was safer for nobody to know too much. So maybe you're like him, after all. Was he bad? Was he good? Did he realize that some things were worth the cost? And were you all part of that cost? What if you were, and that makes him an asshole, but doesn't make him wrong? This is a big fucking mess, and on that roll, I can't clean it up for you.
I understand.
Marie still is keeping her distance, but she just... You can hear the echoes of her boots, heels clacking as she kind of walks on to the stage of the amphitheater, but she's kind of skirting around the edge like a dog who knows he's in trouble. Just starts slowly moving her way away from this, very little by little.
I think all of you take whatever time you need and then part ways. It's an absolutely critical day tomorrow.
Ugh.
Murray, you head back to the Penteveral.
As I walk out of the theater, I turn around, going up the Voms and out. And I turn around and I run my nail across my gemmed teeth. And I just tell Hal, I'm sorry. And I go home.
Are you paranoid, or are you too paranoid? The next day comes. I don't think we make a profession roll today. I think today is a day of jitters, where it takes everything you've got just to get through the day. And I think the gala approaches at night. The work of the day comes. The Lord Herondus Einfassen is once again busy dealing with house duty.
Mm-hmm.
Gala's being decorated. Murray, Penteveral is busy. Cora's going to this celebration at the Arcanod. Hal, I don't know how late you stay at the Hallowed Round, but do you get any of your troop ready? Do they come with you to this gala the following day?
Yes, they've worked too hard, yes. Yes. And I have to keep up appearances. I run a place of entertainment, art, and inspiration. And I can't let on that anything is wrong for all the eyes that are watching.
As the gala approaches, Varen pulls a list of about 20 people together to come and work the gala that he trusts. And he gives you a list of about 8 names of people that are still working with the Sundered Houses. That's the list of people he trusts.
Okay.
It's not a long list. There's more than that working at the Sundered Houses, but not anyone he can vouch for personally.
Does he identify which house they're working for?
Most of them are working for vassals of Royce, because he was working for them.
Okay.
But there is 1 for the Cormoray and 2 for the Einfassen.
Okay. None for Taconis.
None for Taconis, none for Halevar. As people begin to arrive at the gala, I think actually you guys probably get there before and have a moment of coming together before this with the weight hanging in the air of the visit to the Hallowed Round.
as you approach, what condition do you find each other in as people begin to arrive at the Argonaut?
Well, Hal is, I think, at the entrance, greeting people as they come in, and he is wearing one of his finer outfits that he keeps in storage for moments like this. It is a very svelte black suit of sorts, and it has branches reminiscent. He always has the tree of the hallowed round makes appearances in his home and in art in his home and in his clothing. And he's wearing this black jacket that has silver embroidered branches winding its way out. And he is, since it was Bolaire planned a Shaper's Gala, where we're all wearing masks of the gods, to present as Omar the Hunter, I have a silver fox's mask.
It has been adorned, by the way, with the image of a golden bird within the pattern for the silver fox's mask. Any of us who can be trusted will have that hidden somewhere on their mask.
Fox, an aspect of Omra, the hunter.
Omra.
Omra. I already had you down for that.
Omra, the hunter, god of, or shaper of the beast folk, fox mask on your face, greeting people as they arrive. And Bolaire, I assume you're there early as well, getting ready for the go.
I'm also currently not quite greeting people, but I'm getting everything set up, distributing masks to the people who are going to be working, and also to the two of you as well. If you didn't already make a request, I've already picked masks for you.
Great. I think Murray is definitely the last to arrive.
I have Menmere, Father of Winds, enjoy it.
I think I arrived. I'm a part of the security.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think I got there early, and I don't know how to dress myself.
We have outfits for everyone who's working the event so that people can actually recognize you.
Are we all in a similar?
Yes.
Well, that's good.
And all of the people working the event are wearing similar, slightly larger than normal white and black masks that are only adorned with red and gold, and all of them are a different shape and a different pattern, but all of them, at least our people, all have a golden bird worked into the pattern.
We all
Go ahead.
I know we all agreed that we were going to be early, but Murray is late. She's still early, but she is definitely late.
Early for Murray.
Early for Murray, and you can just hear once again her heels clacking up the street, and her arms are out this wide as she's just holding this massive fucking dress, and it's very a little Venetian, a little Carnival meets Kentucky Derby. So it's off the shoulders, her tits are on display, they're out, and it's got her classic kind of colors and harlequin patterns all on this layered ruffle skirt, and she has a bustle that's on the front hiking it up, so she's showing some leg peeking up with some nice little garter belts and thigh highs, and she's just sweating in this thing, and she's
charming
coming up the street.
Any special attention to the beard tonight?
Oh yes. Oh, well, and that's the other thing. She has on every piece of jewelry that she owns. Fuck what Coco Chanel says. Do not take anything off. So she has just her chest is just layers and layers and layers of big chunky jewels from the Magnuson family jewels. She's got to represent. And I think she has she's taken her beard and instead of her kind of singular braid, she has now two braids that are also, she's strung jeweled beads on throughout the braid. She has put beads, so she has bedazzled her beard. As she's just sweating buckets already as she comes up.
We've set up one of our security people in the back in the
What I
wine
miss?
room.
Sorry.
Who'll be collecting information for anything that our people hear. They will tell it to the person sitting with the wine as they go pick up new drinks. That way there's just one point of contact, everything works.
Do we need cranberry rolls?
And if we need to know things, we go in there and one of us gets to hear what's going on.
Last thing, we so rarely get to talk about fashion. I would say before people really showed up, Hal pushed you into an antechamber. Since you're in your uniform, he still managed to find like a sort of like a half cape that's pinned at the shoulder, so you've just got like down the one side, so you look a little more formal regalia with your normal uniform underneath. But I'm like a father dressing his son for like first day of school. Is like, pin a little, pin it in place with a little brooch that Bolaire supplied me with that has a little golden bird motif.
I am, of course, setting up to make sure everyone gets their mask coming in of all the different gods, different versions of these beautiful handcrafted Venetian versions of classical images of the gods. A lot of imagination. They're very beautiful and large, and a lot of them cover quite a bit so that people can really decide if they want to be as anonymous as they choose.
What mask do you have for me? What did you say you have for me?
Oh, yes. I put aside Memnir, Father of the Winds.
Father of the Winds.
Enjoy.
Jeez, so you're calling me gassy? Whatever.
Well, no, you just do.
I am winded right
lot
now.
of
She cracks a fan that she bought, a little lace fan.
Once I give my welcome speech, I am going to go up to the upstairs and I will change into something a little more anonymous.
This corset's so tight.
Hal spots you. His anger and anxiety from last night are gone. He has a huge grin on his face. I understand you enjoy the magic of being fashionably late. Come in, have a drink, make the rounds.
I just look at his
Says he's
DNA.
bad at this.
Do I look ridiculous?
You look fine. What's his deal? I thought he was going to be pissed.
The final guest list lands in front of you, and you can see that there are that the Hailers are coming. Cormoré, Einfassen, the Lord Herondus Einfassen has responded and is bringing what looks like a number of people that are visiting the Stahlkeep here in Dolmakyar. The names you see there are. Sir Dalbrick Orphaner is one name of Argosia, and Lord Minister Gorson Brightmane of Argosia.
I'll be right back. I walked all the way across town to be here. I have to pee.
Walking into the ceremony, you see Elodie walks in with Harving Bowsprit. And a large, unannounced retinue approaches Bolaire. You see Elodie walks up and goes, Hal! Oh, lovely! Good to see you! Hello, hello. Mwah, mwah. And happy to come here and support. My friend Harving, who had RSVP'd, has had some guests staying with him who are crashing if they can come, which would be His Majesty King Augustus Valian and some of his retinue. I understand.
Thankfully, I had a sneaking suspicion it might happen.
Wonderful.
So I've had a couple masks prepared.
Splendid.
Outstanding. The more the merrier. You honor us, you grace us with your presence. Please help us celebrate tonight. It's singular.
You know that Gus was supposed to be gone by now.
Yes, he was, right?
Gus walks up. You see the king. He's got Martin with him, one of his hounds. One of his druids is here as well, of the Circle of the Stag, a Circle of Seven Tines. He walks up and goes, Mr. Fang, pleasure.
You've extended your stay.
I have. Is the Photar going to be here tonight?
I think there is a decent likelihood of that, actually.
Good, then I've not wasted my time. Sorry. I am a patron of the theater as well. I had never intended to stay in this city for that long.
I'll take my blessings where I can get them.
And he takes a mask along with some of his retinue and enters the and enters the gala.
Do you have an opinion of which either? I mean, all across the pantheon, but do you think he had an opinion, or no? Did he just grab one?
He just grabs one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Amusing.
He grabs one and enters the gathering. You see some that the Lord Daymond walks in and says, "Master Lathalia, have any of the Draconis responded that they'll be attending tonight?"
I don't think we heard final word for any of them.
They tend to play things close to the vest.
Yeah, just follow, just if you get a sensation of just pomposity, just assume that you're talking to one.
All right. And you see he enters and allows that open sort of mockery to go unchallenged.
It's a compliment.
You
game meet game.
You see pronouncement. You see two massive gleaming hounds as Felonious Haelavar rounds the corner and announcing her radiance, luminousness, Photarch Yanessa Haelavar of the Candescent Creed, Lady of House Haelavar. And you see Yanessa Haelavar rounds the corner.
My eyes are glued on King Augustus as she's being announced. I want to just try to get a sense of his demeanor.
He is waiting over by some of the refreshments and is just peering out. He's got his hounds next to him and is peering out, just waiting, just having a drink by the table.
They're in sight, entering this chamber. Yeah. Photarch, you honor us.
Oh my God. Mr. Halandil Fang.
It is a pleasure. And you see, she says, extends her hand for you to bow and sort of kiss her hand.
I do. Mm-hmm.
She says...
The fox snout kind of leaves a little bit of mouth and chin, a little bit like a Batman cowl.
Yeah. She looks and says, I understand that your players, that your troupe, are performing with the beneficence of our grace as a creed.
We would not be here without your family. I can't help but wonder, is Wikander with you? Because he talked about this event and this moment for months, and I haven't heard word from him.
Go ahead and give me deception. You're not saying anything.
That's right, I'm not.
Pointedly wrong, so you will elude any magic to the altar, but like persuasion or deception, your call.
Oh, it will be deception.
Yes.
We're so good at lying.
Why'd you say that out loud?
Because it's true.
He is staring for a long time.
Yeah, there's a lot. He's
I just don't want to
associating again. Quick.
26.
Pat him on the back.
Oh,
okay.
26.
Ooh, nice.
She looks at you and says, it's so funny you mention that. The Lord Wikander is not with me today, and I had meant to come and ask if you had heard from him at all. He is a very busy young lad, and it's quite possible that he is off seeing to one of the many areas of his purview, and simply has perhaps, I don't know, had a pigeon go awry. We were expecting him this morning, but we've not seen him.
I share your concern. I haven't seen him for days, not since he paid his respects when we had our evening for my brother.
So he did come to pay his...
He did. He was in for a bit, yes. He was very kind, had many kind things to say, and spoke very eagerly for this night and the night to come.
I understand. I'm glad he came to pay his respects. It is my utmost conviction that your brother is with and within and throughout all of the light of our world. I know that he perhaps was not a devout member of the Creed, but I like to think that if it is possible for the light to have reached him in his final moments, that it did and offered him comfort and salvation.
Well, he traveled far and wide, but he's with me still. I say as I feel the liar's blade straps here, hidden behind a little capelet. Back of my outfit.
She says, you watch as she moves on from talking about her son and says, and I did have a question as well. Do you know if, have you had any contact with, I believe, a former associate of your brother's? I don't know if he's a family friend or not, but a gentleman named Tayor Pridesire.
Pridesire?
Did you not see him at your funeral for your brother?
Well, I was busy making the rounds that night, but no, I did not.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead and give me deception.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Natural 20 for a 29.
Oh, monster!
She looks and says,
Damn.
Well, I'm sorry to say that I must add you to my list of trails that have gone cold to lay eyes on my wily grandson.
I take her hand and cheekily say, "Sing it, sister."
Oh, perhaps I do see what he enjoyed about you, Mr. Fang. Well, I am ever so excited. If you wouldn't mind dropping by the Via Aurora tomorrow, I understand that your opening night is 2 nights hence.
That is correct. And if you find your lovable son, grandson, we have seats held for him. Best in the house. It's only just for all of the attention and support he and your family have given.
You see, she smiles and says, she smiles and goes, of course, if I see Wick, I'll let him know. If you would come by tomorrow, I'm interested, as Wick's absence has come to my attention. I'm so excited for your opening night, and I just want to make sure that we have a moment before your opening night for me to review the content and subject matter.
I am at your service.
Wonderful. See you tomorrow. And she walks into the gala.
As soon as
Hello.
she's 20 feet away.
Hello, my lady. I'm so glad you attended. I know that the subject matter of the party may be a little complicated. I did my best. Normally, we make the guests just dive in for a mask, but I figured Tansul.
She looks at the mask of Tansul. Give me persuasion.
Doing my best.
Tansul.
trying to find both the most and least offensive answer. Not very great.
Come on, buddy.
That was persuasion. That was 11.
11. She looks and says,
I'll take whatever request you desire. It was just my best guess.
I love a theme, but this is blasphemy. And she hands the mask back to you.
Oh. Tell no one. And I pull out, because I pull out a particular, and I wasn't going to do it. The blue and silver, not quite as ornate, but it is a very decent attempt. There's no flourish. It's very elegant in its simplicity of the correct color and painted lines of their religious belief.
She takes it. Thank you. She holds it in her hand, walks away from you, and hands it mindlessly to a servant as she walks into the party.
I'm going to kill her.
A couple things.
Yeah.
I would definitely have had a few of my arcane marshals along for the ride.
Yeah.
So I'm periodically checking in with them as I have had them go out and do their own part of the security, which is occasionally detect magic, those that have divine sense, any of that which was already properly in place.
Yeah.
And I'm doing. I find this fascinating, the way these people are when they get to gather in this fashion. I'm watching Einfassen, especially when he arrived. Did he have a date?
Did Einfassen have a date?
Yes.
Einfassen brings his wife.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've seen her necessarily.
No.
But I definitely would have studied her face before she was handed a mask.
Yeah.
Kind of curious about everything about her.
Great.
And Felonius.
Are you masked currently?
I am.
Great. So he does not recognize you, otherwise he would probably corner you and talk to you.
Yes.
You're looking at Katani, Katani is the wife of Lord Herondus Einfassen. For those of you gathered here, go ahead and give me any kind of check you would make as you're surveying the party. But I will say that your attention will probably go towards something that you see based on your last piece of observation, which is Gus is making a beeline for the Photarch.
Yikes.
So we're making a roll to see what we can discern from anything, really?
Yeah, if you're trying to do an investigation, but you also, I think, just can look up and see that Gus is just making a beeline for her. You see, he walks up as she enters with her retinue. He's got his retinue behind him.
I just want to get nearer to them. I want to hear what passes between them.
He walks up, takes off his mask, and walks right up to her and goes, "Your Radiance, hello, a word." And you see she looks up and says, "Your Majesty, King Augustus Valian, it is I." You see he says, "I didn't imagine that you were going to be here at the gala tonight. You've been in Dolmaga for such a long..." "I've been here for quite a while because it's been extremely hard to gain an audience. But it's my understanding that you were here to attend the gala. Could I have a word with you in private?" You see, she looks and says, "Well, Your Majesty, we are here to support the arts. Certainly we can discuss." You see, he says, "I have questions about the Creed and exactly what you're doing in Timony, my kingdom." You see, it gets tense in this moment.
People starting to look at them?
Yes. Says, you see, she says, "Well, we are ministering mostly to the outbreak of bellows fever, Your Majesty. We are, after all, a charitable organization." You see, he goes, "So you know nothing of preachers and what they preach on the street corners there. You know nothing of the Lord of Gormalay." And you see that she goes, "Well, I'm sorry, I spend my days in prayer for the most part, Your Majesty. But if any of our preachers have given you cause for concern in their conduct, then we must discuss it at once." You see, she turns to looking around at Hal for a moment and goes, "Mr. Fang, do you, is there somewhere that we might be able to have a private discussion, His Majesty the King and I?"
Well, I would have to ask my colleague, Bolaire.
"Oh, this gentleman, you,
Yes, I normally reserve an upstairs area for myself since I'm more of a observer, but please welcome to it. It's as private as we can get."
As soon as I hear him say reserve an upstairs area, Murray is going to start making her way into a private area, kind of heading upstairs, separate of this, and then as soon as I'm out of view from the party, I'm going to cast invisibility on myself.
Great.
Glorious. If you would like, I could escort them to that.
That would be lovely. I think I'm going to go change now that everything's up and running.
Maybe we can have someone supply them with drink or check on them.
That would be
occasionally.
Yes, we will have somebody very discreet bring you anything you need.
Mm-hmm. Your Majesty, Your Radiance, I shall escort you to this private chamber.
Well, yeah, more of a balcony thing. It's very nice and quiet.
You see that that Gus looks out and says, "You have something more private, banquet hall, something like that."
There's an office, I suppose.
I'll take them there.
All right.
You begin to lead them back up into those upper reaches.
Say pass. I'm gonna give myself a wide berth and then follow. I'm gonna listen in on this shit.
You turn invisible. You see that Azune, you lead them to a small chamber. There are a couple of tables. This is like a retreat sort of dining area for later in the evening that's not being used right now. And as you lead them there, you see that Gus walks down. The Photarch has a guardian sort of come with her. Gus is accompanied by one of the Hounds of the King and a druid.
Okay.
As they begin to walk down, and you see Murray, you're invisible. You see that Felonius goes and motions for a couple of the doors to be closed to this chamber to sort of make it more private, but there's one big archway. You see two of King Gus's knights post up there as Felonius closes the door and waits on the other side, sort of guarding this area. The Photarch turns over and says, "Your Majesty, by all means." He looks and says,
"I want to understand how it is possible for your preachers to preach sedition openly and rebellion, and for it to not reach your ears."
You see the Photarch looks up at Gus, crosses her hands, and says, "Your Majesty, each of our luxes is given to interpret the text of our holy book and to make what determinations they believe are right for their flock. I am happy to advise them as I can, but fundamentally, perhaps there is some error. Of what do they accuse you? You don't imagine it could be about anything to do with laws concerning, I don't know. What was it? The Council of All Calls or something like that? You see that he cocks his head and says, "What? What do you mean?" You see, she says, "My understanding, Your Majesty, is that many of your lords are quite unhappy." I'm going to, Hal, what are you and Bolaire up to while this is going on?
Well, the two of you escorted them up, right?
I walked out.
Pointed me to where they should go.
I went to change,
So
and
you guys are separate?
Yeah, I would have changed very quickly, so because it's not hard.
We're kind of in a similar area because
she's
two of
poofed
them.
out though.
Yes,
I'm invisible, but I'm assuming in the room that they're in.
I think I would like to just rewind in time, and it's before you guys split and we see these two important figures starting to deliberate. Hal places his hands on both of your shoulders and goes, "What the fuck?" And I cast aid on the three of us.
Great.
Okay.
So at this forward moment, I'm still down in the party and like anxiously keep looking toward where they disappeared. But I'm not running up there. I'm still keeping up appearances down below.
So Murray, you're in the room invisible. Azune.
Who got aid?
All of us.
We
1, 2,
three
3.
did.
We three. Me as well. Okay.
Yes.
Got it.
Oh, 1, 2, 3. Not Bolaire.
I'm fine. No, not
Bolaire's
you, because you're invisible and I don't know where you are.
Oh, not me. Okay.
Bolaire, Azune, Hal.
Thank you.
Okay. We are. So Azune, you escort them up to the upper chamber?
Yes.
I have just finished changing. I no longer look like me at all.
Okay.
I am, unrecognizable.
I would like a perception check from Azune and Bolaire.
I'm meant. No, I won't do that. Here. I can only feel right about guidancing myself to a certain extent. Perception.
And like an insight or perception from Hal.
Natural 20.
Natural 20. Hell yes. Incredible.
Here comes the insight. For insight, it is 14.
Insight on 14. When Gus and the Photarch leave, you see a group of people over with Einfassen that you recognize as a group of Argosian knights excuse themselves and head out of another hallway.
Argosian, remind me, that is...
You fought in the War of Axe and Vine. Argosia is the nation that Timony rebelled against and seceded from.
Oh, crap.
So beef.
Beef between King Augustus and them.
Yes.
And then when did you say that he said the Photarch was like, oh, the Council of what? Did you say?
All cults.
Calls?
ALCALD.
ALCALD.
So yeah, that's 24 for perception is 24 with a nat 20. On my end.
On a 24 perception, on a nat 20 perception, Bolaire, walking, I think you cross Azune just around the corner from the opening of this chamber that Murray is in invisibly with the king and his people. On a nat 20 perception, you hear the unmistakable click. You heard it all the time when you were fighting in the Falconers Rebellion. The unmistakable click of a crossbow string being strung up and notched into place just around the corner on the other side of the opening.
Who heard that?
Bolaire.
Okay, so how close am I to where this just happened?
Probably 60 feet.
60 feet. Crap. Okay, and I cannot see.
You cannot see what it is, but you have you hear that and have a moment to act.
I am going to, especially since no one can tell who I am, I'm going to start jaunting very quickly towards where I heard that to see if I can make eye contact with whoever it was that just did this.
I'm going to need everybody here to roll initiative.
It's happening.
I'm going to need everybody here to roll initiative. And as you roll, I'll go ahead and mark that. And that is going to be all for this episode. Give me your initiative.
Is 15.
15 for Hal. Great. Murray.
16.
16. Great. Azune.
4.
4. And Bolaire.
13.
13. Great.
Wow, very mid. Very mid.
Very middly.
Okay, so wait. So I had the highest initiative?
Yeah.
That's I have a -1 to my initiative. That's funny. Okay.
You roll good.
Damn, I had a great outfit too. I'm very upset.
Incredible. Okay. And that's all for this episode of Critical Role. We'll see you next time. Crazy.
King Gus gonna die.
And gang, let me tell you, is it Thursday yet?
This episode had everything.
I'm gonna let you guys cool down because I have to pee.
Go pee.
You guys cool down.
I need to.
Fuck, shit, bugger.
Yeah.
Where do
Okay.
you start?